Driving through Portland, Oregon, it's clear this city is unlike any on tour. Tucked away in the heart of the Pacific Northwest, the Rose City is a melting pot of culture and proudly unique in all aspects of life. So it comes as no surprise that the Stumptown disc golf scene is similarly one of a kind. Adding to this singularity, Portland is home to one of the few Elite Plus events of the year. With more points at stake, it's a chance for the outliers to make their push in the standings. Rain or shine, life and disc golf in Portland moves on. We hope you'll join us all week long. The 2024 Portland Open starts now.
Good afternoon, disc golf fans, and welcome back to the Rose City of Portland, Oregon. Round number one of the 2024 Portland Open is underway for your MPO division, and it's Tournament Central time. Brian Earhart, Nate Perkins bringing you into the action yet again. Before we talk about the MPO and the battle that's about to unfold here at yet another Elite Plus event on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, let's reflect on the morning. Scoggins sits atop the leaderboard, 7 under par effort. Nate, we didn't even really talk about it this morning. She's the course record holder out here. She shot 10 under par in 2023 and a 7 under par to set the course record in 2022. She shreds these courses. And again, not even close to the longest thrower out there. What did you see?
No, she's not. And she just doesn't have many spots where she's going to make mistakes. Like she the way she chooses to play, I never think she's in danger of going OB, Brian. And she's giving herself C2 looks. Today, I had her 4 for 8, and they were all deep C2 as well. She said that she was sitting on her house last week, maybe working on her garden a little bit, but not hitting the putting green. Then she comes out here. Look at this. There she is on the 6th. That is just nasty stuff. That was her 3rd C of the round. Then she goes on to make a deep one later. Here she is. Look, this is one of the harder par 4s on the course. Number 8, back up the hill, 2 max distance flex forehands to get herself to that 50-footer and then draining that one. I mean, she's just a bull shark out there, Brian.
11 for 12, circle 1, 3 for 8, circle 2. She has not missed a top 10 in Oregon over 7 starts. She loves playing up here in the Pacific Northwest. Nate, I remember her on the lead card at the 2014 World Championships back here in Portland, Oregon when they played Blue Lake.
Yeah.
Unbelievable stuff to have such success for so long out here. But yeah, Nate, I'm kind of thinking the same thing about Owen. We've said this all season long. She's going to make you make a mistake. She's going to wait you out. You want to go ahead and shoot a 12 under par this round? Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm going to wait for you. I'm going to shoot another 7 the next day. I'm going to force you to continue to perform at a high level. I love that Owen Scoggins is here in the field. She's setting the bar for the rest of this field.
And the one bogey that she had there, I believe it was hole number 7, the par 3 down the hill. Basket is like sitting up on this mound. She was just outside the circle. She let a good putt go. The wind lifted it up and it skated off the top of that veteran basket. So it was out there at deep C2 for her comeback. That was her only bogey of the whole day, was a 3-putt. She was never in danger of going out of bounds, and she never had to scramble out there. Can't say the same for the rest of her card or the chase card today.
Well, let's listen to what Owen had to say about her 7 under par round in her own words. All right, joining us in the clubhouse, your leader going into the second day of competition, Owen Scoggins. You shot a 7 under par today. How are you feeling about that number?
Surprisingly, I surprised myself. Last year I shot over in this course, and it has been a very hard course for me. But somehow, like this year, I think from seeing last year, I'm probably throw like maybe 10 or 15 feet further, but does help a lot. And I have to make a lot of big putt today. But I'm not expect myself to play this good tomorrow, because this is just like somehow I'm very surprising. I can throw -7.
Well, let's talk about that because you're in the lead right now. You surprised yourself, but what was working today? Why did you go so low today?
My driving was good. Sometime here and there, but my putting was like quite helped me a lot with a big putt, outside circle. Missed the putt here and there, but come on, you cannot just like make every putt out there. I think like today my game just come together well. Yeah.
Well, Owen, you shot over par, but then you came back and shot a course record last year. You feel pretty comfortable on these courses. Let's talk about tomorrow's round. We got one more crack at the West Course. Any changes to the game plan, or same thing tomorrow?
Same thing tomorrow. Just gonna do whatever today is working. Just remember what this I throw for today, because I feel like that's probably it should be my goal to just keep continue when I play good like this. And like I said, like, oh my God, what 5, 3, 4, 6, 7 down, anything can happen. You don't know. Maybe the second car can just like shot like 12 down tomorrow. So keep the eye on.
Well, Owen, you're in the lead going in tomorrow. Congratulations. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
Well, joining Owen Scoggins in the lead card is Kat Mertsch, Missy Gannon, and then Paige Pierce, who jumped up onto the lead card going into the second round of competition. I think there's a lot of Paige Pierce fans that are rejoicing right now, really excited to see her in contention to potentially take the lead after tomorrow. Nate, let's take a listen right away to what Paige Pierce had to say after her 3 under par effort today. All right, joined here in the clubhouse by Paige Pierce, 3 under par effort on the first round. How do you feel about that number?
I was hoping for a round of 5. If I would have cleaned up those 2 bogeys, I would have been right there. So I feel like it was a respectable score, but I don't think I'm going to be in the lead. And I was hoping with the early tee time that I could put out a hot number, and so they could be like, all right, Paige is here to play. But yeah, I feel like I'll be in the hunt, and now just got to clean it up tomorrow.
Saw a lot of players struggle on hole number 1. You took one of your 2 bogeys on that hole as well. What is the big challenge on 1?
I think the first shot, it's downhill and OB's left, so you got to turn it enough, and sometimes you turn it a little too much and your distance is lacking. My drive was actually not the problem. It was my second shot. I was around 330 to the basket, and it was that's right in between mid-range and fairway for me. So I just kind of overthought it. I clubbed up to fairway and I hit it a little bit too hard, hit the tree, and it went into the bunker. So that's a hole that I don't want to bogey by any means, but it's like, all right, this is a tough hole. I have some respect for hole 1, and it's going to get some people.
Well, Paige, I'm not going to keep you any longer. Thank you so much for your time. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Nate, this is exciting. I think a lot of people are waiting to see a resurgence from Paige Pierce. It felt like she kind of fell flat early on in this year, and I think a lot of people are hoping that she can come back to form. We saw some speed come back last week at OTB Open. I saw her after the tournament, and she looked at me and said, Brian, I am close. I am feeling so close to back in regards to the power that she used to be able to generate, which means the discs that she knows and loves are going to start flying the way that she remembers. So I think that's a big deal.
Yeah, it is a big deal. I agree. She is really close. The speed isn't the problem. And I felt like what was her issue early in the year, it just was this tall mountain that she had to try and climb, of just even getting back into form, finding your release points and finding, the right mindset to approach this, first of her career kind of injury comeback. Now, what I see from Paige is that she's just hyper focused on the golf. Like when you talk to her about hole 1, she's like diving deep, Gannon Burr style, about like, here's where I was in the fairway. I was 330 out. I'm between the mid and the fair. She's deep in the game, and she's not worried about this story of her comeback. She's also, when I'm sitting down having lunch with her, she's picking out her disc like, hey, feel this one. This is my new drive. And this one's flippier. This one's a little bit more stable. And that's when I noticed that players have their, best, performances when they're not thinking about like what this means in the grand scheme of things. Rather, they're really zoomed in on each, golf shot and in each round, Brian.
She has notched 209 hot rounds at Elite Series and Major Championships. She was close to making it 210 today, Nate.
Yeah, it's got to be a record, right?
Well, I would have to believe so. But what I'm getting at is she can't be coming off of some of these rounds this year, close to 900 rated, on some of the tough ones, acting like everything's okay. Like she's a professional and she's going to come in and do her best to carry herself well, but you know she's getting tired of it.
Yeah.
You know she's getting tired of these performances. And I think that's a good thing. That's what a player in her situation needs to rally back and find that second, maybe third or fourth wind in her career because of how long she's been doing it. Can't wait to see it. Clearly the motivation is there because of the way she's talking about the game.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see her the rest of the week. Kat Mertsch also joins them on the lead card. She's in second place, 6 under par effort. Let's take a listen to what Kat Mertsch had to say after her first round. All right, joining us in the clubhouse, Kat Mertsch, 6 under par effort for the first round of competition. Started off a little bit slow. Talk about the day.
I was just trying to not get mad, to be honest. I went out of bounds on my first shot, and I was like, all right, that's to happen out on a course like this. So I just tried to keep my mind level and just take as many pars or get as close to birdie as it could. And thank God I got the whole 9. I was like really stoked when that happened.
Well, clearly it kicked something off for you because you started rattling off the birdies. You only missed 3 holes after that.
Cool.
How is that back 9 playing for you? What do you like? What do you dislike?
I just like the course. I don't really dislike the course because everybody's got to play it, but I really enjoy the shot shapes, I feel. Oh, someone just threw in the puddle back there. Shame. Shame. Yeah, I like the course.
Well, Kat, in general, yes, the hole designs are to your liking, but we're also playing amongst 100-foot tall trees. I think it's pretty special. What do you think about the scenery playing out here at Glendoveer?
Well, Glendoveer has been one of my favorite courses since I started coming out here because of the trees. These trees have been here probably longer than the course, I feel like even the ball golf course. So there's a lot of energy in every single one of these trees out here. So I'm trying to absorb as much as they'll give me and trying to just go forward.
Well, Kat, a nice opening round, 6 under par. We'll see you out there tomorrow.
Heck yeah. I hope it was 1,000 rated.
996. So close to scratch golf there for Kat Mertsch, but lots of opportunities to improve. We have 3 more rounds out here at Glendoveer. 1 more crack at the West Course. Nate, what do you like about Kat Mertsch? I love this about Kat Mertsch.
Well, she just plays such a fun style of disc golf, man. I mean, she's laying down the rollers, but she's doing it when I feel like it's the optimal play. She's not one to just get loose and throw some crazy shot. She's playing optimal lines, but she has a fun style to it. It kind of matches, her personality off the golf course, and the front is the harder of the two. There's some softer holes on the back, this being one of them. Pitch it out the gap, pitch it up and over onto the Kevin Jones hill, which is still giving me a little trauma every time I see it. I remember the roll away from the first year here at Glendoveer. And then her hyzer putting, Brian. I mean, sometimes it makes me a little nervous, but she's really dialed in on those wind reads, and she just knows how to play it even on such a steep angle.
Real treat to watch. I think her and Jessica Weiss have a very similar play style. Both very exciting throwers of the disc from both sides. And I'm excited to watch Kat Mertsch play the rest of the week. I'm excited to see her on a lead card going into tomorrow. Lots more disc golf to talk about, folks. We're going to take a quick commercial break. On the other side, a heated battle in MPO is about to begin.
Jonathan. Wow!
Jonathan! Skulle du visa?
Hi. Yeah, check this pad out.
I think you should use your wrist a little bit more.
Why not?
Is he okay?
Yeah, he's fine.
Prince of Southern royalty was born for plastic stone.
I'm David Wiggins, and in 2016, I set the disc golf world distance record with a throw of 1,108 feet. Whether I'm out in the field measuring a max distance throw, or on the course checking the elevation change for an upshot, I rely on the Eagle Secret 360 to give me accurate distances. It's the only rangefinder on the market that measures in feet, yards, and meters. It's USB-C rechargeable and features a lithium-ion battery. Visit EagleSecret360.com to get yours today.
And welcome back, folks. MPO action about to go off for our feature cards. The Portland Open has provided incredible drama every single time that we've been here. This is the 5th edition of the tournament. In the previous 4, everything has come down to either one stroke or a playoff. 2019, Drew Gibson in a playoff against Eagle McMahon. Eagle blowing the tournament on that last hole. Short 20-footer missed, giving Gibson the win. 2021, his first. 2021, Eagle gets revenge, wins by a stroke over Paul Macbeth. 2022, Simon wins by a stroke over Garrett Gerthy on a just incredible 18th hole finish. Just such a dramatic finish and a great start for for Simon Lizotte. But then 2023, it could have gone any direction. It could have gone Corey Ellis. It could have gone Aaron Gossage. It could have gone Adam Hammes. And Aaron throws the flick, puts himself short. No one expected him to go that short with it. Misses the putt. Adam drains the putt, sends it to a playoff. This was electric. 2,000 spectators roaring in excitement for Adam's putt, sending it to a playoff, and then Adam takes it down to the first hole. Nate, unbelievable stuff here at the Portland Open. I think we're about to see yet another exciting weekend. The defending champion, Adam Hammes, spoke to us earlier in the week, reflecting on last year's win. Let's take a listen.
All my big wins in my career, which is 3 Elite Series now, come whenever they come randomly. They come when you're kind of have low expectations. You maybe had a bad week before, and you just kind of come out and play aggressive, and things work out. It's happened, 3 times for me, and last year was crazy. I started out hot. I think I tied the hot round in the first round, and then I was on the feature card, the lead card in the second round, obviously, and didn't go my way. I think I shot 2 under. And then I battled back completely on East and had a chance to win on the stretch and made it happen. It was wild. You kind of black out in those situations. You don't really remember it completely. Obviously, I remember a lot of it, but the key parts and stuff like that, you don't really remember it.
When you have one of those weekends, what does it feel like? What does the focus on those weekends feel like?
Like I said, it's so random. It's kind of hard to describe. It just things are going your way. You're throwing confident shots. When you're throwing confident shots, sometimes the luck factor starts to get in there too. When you're not throwing confident shots is when you start saying you're getting unlucky. So I believe in confident shots get luckier. I'm not saying I got insanely lucky last year. I had a couple lucky shots, obviously. Everyone does in a win. But yeah, I don't know. It's wild. It feels really good, yeah.
I have played disc golf with Adam Hammes many times, and I remember the first time playing with him at the Silver Cup all these years ago, maybe almost a decade ago. He was 17 years old, maybe even 16, and I saw so much talent in him. The putting stroke was the first thing that stuck out to me, the power of forehand, the power backhand, but I didn't know he was going to be this good. It wasn't like a Gannon Buhr situation where I said, okay, that's a generational talent, game over. We're going to see him in the next 10, 15 years. Adam, I was curious about, and listening to him talk through his mentality now, saying confident shots are going to get more lucky. That is exactly what a professional athlete needs to employ in their mindset.
Yeah.
If I play confident, good things are going to happen to me. I'm going to create more luck for myself. Instead of going on the other side and starting to feel like the game is out to get you, everything is against you, he's taking it from a completely different side, and I think that's a lot of evolution in Adam Hammes in regards to the mental game.
No, I completely agree, Brian. It's growth mindset versus the victim mindset. When I first met Adam, he had a lot of talent, but he was in that victim mindset, and he was very much a momentum player when things weren't going his way. I saw him bend his putters, and we all go through that. We have a lot of emotion, but Adam has stepped through the door.
Definitely.
He is totally in the growth mindset. He has a positive attitude every single time he's on the course. He had a really tough round last week at Swenson, and previous Adam would have really, let the anger kind of control him for the rest of the day. But he showed up and he showed his new mindset, had a great attitude, and actually finished the round, with some dignity and with some birdies. And that's the kind of attitude that leads you to becoming a champion out here on the Pro Tour. I mean, everybody's got the talent, right? It's all between the ears, and Adam has definitely shown that with his wins on the Elite Series.
It just makes me laugh. Sometimes we ask a player, what's that missing piece of the puzzle? What's going to get you to that next level? What's going to get you those wins? everyone says the same thing. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, but I'm
Yeah.
chasing after that now. And it seems like most of it lies in the mental game. Most of it lies in being able to rally back when things don't go your way. That's golf. Golf is not a game of perfect. One of the best books you could recommend to somebody is titled exactly that. And I think Adam is starting to really get better at those areas, and that's why we're seeing him in these positions. But he's not going to have it easy this week.
No.
Defending the title is going to be tough because Calvin Heimburg is on a tear right now. He's won back-to-back events here on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, looking to join a very elite club. Since 2019, no one has won 3 straight Disc Golf Pro Tour events. Paul asked to do it. This is going to be quite the feat if he can pull this off, Nate.
Curious who has more of the pressure. I think Calvin Heimburg doesn't really succumb to that, self-induced pressure of like, hey, I just won last event, does the pressure build up for this one? I almost feel like Adam, because he won here last year, has a little bit more of that expectation to perform out here. And as Adam said, that hasn't really been when he's won in the past. So I kind of give Calvin the leg up on how much actual pressure he feels. It seems like he's just ice cold throughout any event that he's playing, and it doesn't really matter what the title is. I don't feel like Calvin really puts certain titles over others.
No, I don't necessarily think so. Maybe the World Championships is the one that he wants more than anything, but we got to reflect on OTB and what that win meant for him. This win at the OTB Open was his first career back-to-back Elite Series event wins, his 11th Elite Series win, and his 111th Elite Series major start. So 10% of the time he's taken home the dub. He ties for 6th place with Eagle McMahon for most Elite Series victories of all time.
Wow. That's a big stat. That's a big surprise right there.
And this is his 3rd straight year with multiple Elite Series victories, and we're not even halfway through the season yet, Nate. This is shaping up to be a big year for Calvin. And what's interesting, another statistic, last year's season made him the world number 1. He's the best player in the past 2 years when you combine all the finishes. The last Portland Open was his worst performance last season. He placed 7th, Nate.
That was his worst performance of the year?
His worst performance in 2023. He shapes up even a little bit, carries over a little bit of momentum. It's game over for the rest of the field. We talked to Calvin earlier in the week as well. He actually gave us quite a bit. Let's take a listen now.
For me, if I go home at the end of the day and I messed up trying to do something I thought I could do, it's way easier than trying to play safe and messing up the safe play. Like it's much harder for me to digest when I go and reflect on my round. If I kind of deviated from a game plan, tried to play safer and messed it up, because you see it happen all the time. And I think a lot of that probably has to do with the fact that when I come out and practice these courses, I don't necessarily practice the layup play very often. So the layup play is almost like a brand new play, and if you're trying to do it in the tournament, that probably isn't the greatest option. But yeah, I really do think if you feel confident in a shot, you should take it, even if maybe the numbers say it's more risky. I mean, those numbers are probably based on the field and not necessarily based on how you've been practicing and how you've been playing.
And now again, we are playing an Elite Plus event here on the Disc Golf Pro Tour this weekend. It's a 4-round tournament, 2 different courses, and 125% of the tour points on the line right now. So again, last event at the OTB Open, first place got you 100 points. This week it's 125. So taking this down can send you up the leaderboard. Gannon Buhr, first place over Anthony Barella by just 2 tour points. Look at all those names up towards the top, Nate.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a shock to see Calvin 100 back of Gannon Buhr. But there's going to be a lot of movement this week. Rick finds himself still in the top 5. Kyle Klein, someone we haven't really talked about in the past month or so. I know he's been dealing with an injury. Matty O still finds himself inside the top 10. I love the Elite Plus, though. For me, the Portland Open is kind of building into one of the bigger titles that you can win in our game. I mean, it's one of our few 4-round tournaments, different courses. Both of them are incredibly elite. So this is one of the bigger tournaments you can take down, and I like that it's 125 points for the dub.
Nate, this is a very special stretch of the tour. I know we only have 3 events out here in the West, and I know people who play a lot of disc golf out here, we're pretty gutted to see the schedule this season.
Yeah.
But the two events up here are some pretty big heads. We got these courses out here at Glendoveer, and then next week we go right up to a historic property at Milo McIver State Park. I think the disc golfers here are in for quite. But Nate, we have a lot more people we got to talk about. We have the world number one here, or the Disc Golf Pro Tour number one here, joining the world number one, Gannon Buhr. I mean, this kid is primed for it, and it seems like anytime he has a rough week, misses the top 10 last week for the first time in 2024, he tends to do pretty well the weekend after. I remember last year, it was funny. He'd have a terrible performance, win the tournament. Terrible performance, win the tournament. I think it's funny when players adjust their expectations based on a performance. It humbles them a little bit, forces them to work a little bit harder to focus in and take down the win. I don't know. I'm interested to see how Gannon does this week.
Well, the thing about Swinson 2 weeks ago is there's a lot of low ceiling out there. And when I think of Gannon, I think of him liking to use a little bit more of the ceiling because he likes to get it up in the air on some ante, a little bit of nose down. And he was forced to kind of go to the hyzer flip, which we've seen him find success with before. But when I think of Glendoveer, I don't really think of any restrictions on the tee pad.
Yeah.
And when Gannon can pick exactly where he wants to hit something in the air, he's going to be crushing the PD2 all over this course. He did leave his PD at Pier Park, though. He went to play Pier, left it on 17, and he was throwing pretty much two molds all season long. That tie-dye PD and that pink PD2. And he's having to use a fresh one this week. So I know it seems like such a minute detail, but it's certainly going to come into play. He's opting to throw forehand a little more often than the flex PD.
That's weird to me. That disc meant that much to him to where he's actually not even throwing a backhand.
Yeah.
He's going with the forehand because he's scared of what the new disc is going to do.
Yeah.
Personally, I like it. I like the fact that he's so tapped into one disc, and he knows that whatever backup he has is not going to be the exact same. He's one of those pros. It reminds me a little bit of Paul Ulibarri, where you throw 20 discs, 20 of the exact same mold, maybe only 2 of them fly the shape that you want them to fly. And Gannon is really a player like that. So respect for him changing his game plan last minute. We'll see how he does this week. Anthony Barella also in the field. Nate, this is just an incredible MPO field this season. Just talent after talent after talent. I mean, we could go down the list all the way down to 30th on tour, and it's just a superstar.
If you're out here and you're watching this, just relish in the fact you're watching the disc fly over 80 miles per hour. I mean, put the actual game of golf to the side and just come and watch this. One of the more athletic movements I've seen in sports is watching AB connect with the disc, and he's still throwing it better than anyone else on tour this year.
Definitely.
Better circle 2 in regulation. Calvin, I believe, is second in the season, but more than 80% of the time, Anthony is finding C2. 15 of the 18 holes, I'm going Anthony's going to find himself putting, and if he can connect, he's not finishing in 14th. He's not finishing in 18th. He's going to be battling these guys for the win.
Will we see the 4th Disc Golf Pro Tour victory of the year for Anthony Barella, or will it be someone else in this incredibly talented field? We're just going to have to find out. We're going to send it down to the DGN booth. Ian Anderson, Jeremy Colling. It's going to be a treat for you folks. We'll see you out there.
Looks so weak.
Hey. Leave that poor boy alone.
And who are you supposed to be, punk?
I'm you, man.
Huh?
Behold the Eagles Crossing Disc Golf Course, a sanctuary where the ordinary transforms into the extraordinary. As each disc takes flight, destiny intertwines with the flight path. But beware, brave souls, for the course harbors challenges that even the boldest must confront. Yet, fear not, for victory and camaraderie are your companions on this voyage. EaglesCrossingDiscGolf.com.
Welcome back to the Portland Open. Let's make some noise!
This event is starting to fulfill its promise of being one of the biggest and best events in the world.
He's got a 20-footer for the win. Oh. What a win for Drew. Huge win.
Age Pierce Championship title, Portland Open.
Your Portland Open champion, Valerie Monduhano!
This one for the ages. Absolutely. For the win. Adam Ennis.
Welcome into beautiful Portland, Oregon and Glendobeer West for the opening round of the Portland Open presented by Latitude 64. Coming into the Rose City, Calvin Heimburg is looking to make it 3 in a row on the Pro Tour, something that hasn't happened since 2019 when Macbeth won 6 in a row, Can he pull it off, or will the field beat the final boss? You'll find out live on the Disc Golf Network. Germ, let's watch some disc golf. Let's do it. We're at the beautiful Glendobeer property. Flying around in our Fly Factory drone.
Just some of the most beautiful Douglas firs you're going to see anywhere. And it's just, this course humbles anyone who walks these hallowed grounds. Fantastic golf course conversion, and it's just a fun place to play disc golf again.
With you, Drew. And there is the final boss arriving on scene, Calvin Heimburg. Welcome into the booth at Glendobeer. I'm Ian Anderson. Big Germ, Jeremy Culling over there, as is tradition.
I know. I feel like we were just doing this a few weeks ago.
Nice to have you back, my man. And Calvin Heimburg's trying to do it again.
Yeah, he's going for history. I mean, if you go back in time over the last player to win 3 in a row, like you said before, it was Paul McBeth. And then before that, it was Paul McBeth. And then a few times before that, it was McBeth. So not many players have done that outside of Ricky Wysocki and McBeth. In fact, it goes all the way back to 2006 where Barry Schultz did it.
How about
that? The last player other than Wysocki and McBeth to do it. Calvin Heimburg, an opportunity to make history this week and put his name on that list of a few players who have done it. And he's just getting hot in the right time of the season. He's really finding his stride. And this style of golf course really suits Calvin Heimburg.
I was going to say, how can you not like his chances out here?
I mean, golf course to disc golf course, Dynamic Discs Open. Stockton, golf course to disc golf course. And now here we are once again here at Glendobeer East and West. 2 different courses this week. And once again, a lot of open shots. And these Douglas firs present a lot of low ceilings. One of Calvin Heimburg's best shots. I mean, if any player, if there's one player who said if they make their 35-foot putts and in, they win, it's Calvin Heimburg. He's the guy that you know is going to give himself opportunity after opportunity. That being said, there's just so many players in this field that can do that same thing, that can make their putts, but I'm really excited to see how he plays this week. That was just a pleasure. We had him as our practice round guest this week on Jono's Pro.
Nice.
And you just see the way he plays, it just looks like he's effortlessly throwing perfect throws. And the distance he gets with a shot that's like 3 inches off the ground is just, it's hard to believe.
And winning comes easy? I don't know if that's true.
It definitely is not easy.
So these are the longest streaks of years with an MPO major or elite win, and that's elite company, Germ. That's crazy.
What you're not seeing on that list, unfortunately, is Ken Klima with 11 years also has a 6-year streak as well.
No.
So Ken Klima, pretty crazy that he is able to maintain that for such a long period of time. But yeah, Calvin Heimburg, again, another elite list here that you're seeing. This very, very special list. Paul McBeth and Ricky Wysocki, both 13 consecutive years. It's curious, how much longer is that streak going to continue? But it doesn't look like anyone's in danger of anytime soon passing those 2 guys at the top of the list. Yeah. But Calvin Heimburg, he's already 6 years in a row, and I mean, he's still young. He just his birthday, June 2nd, the same as my wife's. He's going to be turning 28 years old, so he's still incredibly young.
I think he's still getting better, Drew.
Yeah, he might be turning 29. He's either 28 or 29.
Okay.
But either way, he's still in his 20s, and he's definitely in, maybe not even approached his prime yet. We're not quite sure if he is going to get even better, but I mean, from all signs that we've seen from him the last 24 months, look at this. The official rankings, which covers the last 24 months, he's ~1 player in the world. But also the power rankings, which just covers the last 15 weeks, he's #1. So no matter which way you shape it up, this is the best player in the world, over Gannon-Buhr, over Anthony Barella. Calvin Heimburg's the man. And you got to imagine if he's got his stuff this week, he's going to be a tough player to catch.
It looks like Blaine is flying us into the T of 1 for your second feature card. What a beautiful day in Portland, Jerm.
It's gorgeous, Ian. Let's get it started.
Welcome to the 2024 Portland Open presented by Latitude 64. We are here for round 1 action of the MPO division here at lovely Glendoveer Golf and Tennis. Up first on this feature card, out of Grand Junction, Colorado. His first professional victory was in 2018 at the Palisade Awakening. Put your hands together for Aaron Gossage.
The man who almost took it down last year.
It was right there, Jerm.
Kind of heartbreaking in so many ways
It
with
was.
that finish, but Goose Gossage, he's got all the skills he needs to attack this incredibly lengthy course. It takes a big forehand on this hole to get into position. And Gossage obviously sports the big forehand.
That's a luxury off this tee.
It is.
Winning his first advanced amateur champion at the 2011 High Plains Challenge out of Boulder, Colorado.
Wait, what?
Nope.
The wrong young gun was taking the tee.
But I mean, you've won so many tournaments. They say you won a tournament. You're like, I might have won that. You don't really know.
He's calling out everybody's first win, Jerm. Did you see that? You catch that?
It's all their first wins. Okay.
Yeah,
I wasn't quite sure what the theme was this week, but
it's fantastic.
One of the greatest announcers in disc golf. We look forward to coming to Portland every year for the antics that he brings to the table. Eagle with the more aggressive yet potentially boomier tee shot, the backhand turnover. Kind of turfs that one in the ground. I think that's actually right next to Gossage's forehand.
Yeah, you're correct.
Your next competitor.
Do you know who that is, Jerm?
That is Taylor. I don't know her last name, but that's the Oregon track athlete who's getting into disc golf.
I've heard she throws 550, dude.
550?
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah, dude.
That's far.
She's a decathlete on the U of O team. That's absolute athlete right there.
If you're going to college for track, U of O is one of those schools you definitely you want to go to. Anthony Barella looks like he's going to go with the forehand as well. Oh no, this is turned over instantly. That's going to be out of bounds over 600 feet from the pin.
Nightmare start for AB.
For this feature card.
Is that a bad disc selection or just you see something?
I feel a little gust right now. We are actually outside today doing the commentary and feel a little bit of the wind, but I think that was maybe not the right disc selection, but also combination with the rolled wrist.
Fair. Kiefer is going to try and have to keep up with the big arms on this card.
No doubt, man. This is a lengthy chase card. Or second card. I don't want to call it chase.
We call it second feature.
Second feature, yeah.
Oh, this might be trouble for Kiefer. Let's see if he can stop in time.
Kiefer is... Oh, that is going to be right on the line. And they're getting the safe call.
That's Nate Perkins right there.
Doing extra work.
Thank you, Nate. Spotting and on-course commentary from our man, Nate Perkins. We're going to take a look at this AB drive and break it down. There's nobody knows a forehand better than you, man.
Yeah, let's see if he keeps the wrist low. Elbow tight in is really important for this shot. Gets the elbow a little bit away from his body, and I don't see exactly what's happening here. You have to keep so much hyzer on this disc going around the corner. I think this just might have been a bad disc selection for the current wind. It just got it to flip up so quick. They never really had a chance to move to the right side.
Hey, Perk, you got a read on the wind out there, sir? Was that a misread by AB off the tee?
Well, it's still coming from the northwest, so it's kind of head left to right off that tee, and I just felt like he got a little too aggressive, maybe wanted a little too much distance rather than playing the Gossage hyzer out into the middle.
Yeah, that's fair, Nate. Thank you.
Getting into position on this hole takes a big forehand. This is a long shot. The dog leg shape off the tee requires you to get a lot of distance to have any shot into this green with all the bunkers that are protecting any sort of birdie looks. From this distance, it's going to be interesting to see how aggressive he plays it.
Throwing his third, this green surrounded by OB and hazard.
Yeah, that's a smart play. He's taken par out of play, but I avoid the big number. You don't need a double bogey to start off. Just go ahead and take the bogey and walk away and try to get back in the next hole.
Wysocki on the tee of 11.
This is such a fun tee shot, Ian. Trees create such a straight gap. Oh.
That's one of our Pier Park holes out here, isn't it?
It feels like it, yeah. Just the towering Douglas firs.
Jumping ahead to 17 again, now Robert Burridge.
This is such a dangerous hole. You really have to decide risk, reward. Is it worth it to go for the birdie? Robert Burridge says yes, and he nails it. That is such a scary tee shot.
Kiefer was barely in bounds off the tee. Will throw his second now. And less than a year off of major knee surgery.
This is a big second shot here. Didn't get a ton of turn on his backhand, but enough to get him right there in that realm of possibility for the birdie. Should find its way near circle's edge. It's probably mid C2.
Wysocki for birdie to get within one of the lead.
I think this is to get him to 5 under. This would be 2 off the lead. Okay.
Thank you, Germ.
Yeah, but he's got plenty of holes in the back 9 to continue those ways. That being said, the back 9 is really tough, especially that starting with 13, 14, 15, and 17 are all holes you could play for par and make up strokes in the field.
Gossage throwing 2. Germ, where are you aiming right here?
And you're just aiming to try to find that left side green and try to come down with a little bit of knife angle. I think that he's got plenty of hyzer and power to just put something high out to the left. And do something like that.
Oh, wow. Fantastic.
Just trying to clear the edge of that bunker, and there's a little hill. The basket's on a slight mound there, and if you hit that left side of that mound, your distance check up pretty nice. Eagle with his newly reconstructed forehand. The look isn't the exact same as it was a few years ago before he had his shoulder surgery, but the effortlessness of it and the distance that he gets is very similar.
He said he was up to forehands about 400 now.
Yeah, this one's just a little early. This is going to be fading to pretty far right.
Oh, hit the tree and dropped maybe close. We'll see. Let's check out Germ's Keys, brought to you by our friends at blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Well, the first one, I mean, it's just as important to plan your attack spots as it is to plan the holes that you're going to lay up. There's a lot of those out here. You don't have to go for birdie on every hole. Bogey is painful. The birdie is joy, but the bogey pain is more intense than the joy of a birdie. It's not uncommon to find long droughts between birdies, and a single bogey can undo all the hard work you've done over the past several holes. And long putts, I mean, this course is so big. Both courses are so big that you're going to find yourself with several opportunities from C2. It's going to pay dividends for players who are hot from deep. I think that the winner of this tournament, maybe the top 5, you're going to see a lot of players with high C2 percentages.
That was absolutely the case this morning on the FPO side, Jerome.
Yep.
Wysocki now on the tee of 12, 2 off the lead.
So Rick is probably going to, is he going to go all hyzer? My gosh, he has got so much power.
Oh.
Just to even try to attack the all hyzer line.
380.
The play for most players going forehand is the slight flex to the inside line, which is a pretty generous gap that you're provided. Surprised to see Ricky trying to go for that big wide shot, but if any player can do it, he can.
We're back to 1 for Barella's 4th. He'll have that left for 5.
There have been a lot of players taking the bogeys on hole 1.
Oh, yeah. Buhr leading your tour standings. Barella in 2nd right now. Kiefer for birdie.
Yeah, with jump putt, that's a little low. It's a little scary with the OB golf green about 28 to 30 feet behind the basket there on that elevated mound. I believe Gannon just overtook Anthony last week.
Yep.
For first place in the tour standings. Starting the season off so strong, Anthony Barella now consecutive finishes outside the top 10. Still 3 wins. 3 out of the 4 wins. I mean, we're not going to say he's having a tough time right now. He's still playing very, very well.
Gossage just has this left for birdie. Does that mean Eagle is inside this?
No, Eagle must have already laid up because the Eagle was way right, I think. Or did he hit the tree and drop straight down?
Eagle did pitch up. You're right. There you go. Barella. That is a bogey.
Yeah, I mean, if you're outside 35 feet onto this green, it doesn't make much sense to get too aggressive for the run-up, so.
In about 10 minutes, you'll see that man taking the tee of 1. Before that, though, a break on the network. We'll be right back.
Jonathan. Wow!
Jonathan! Skulle du visa?
Hi. Yeah, check this pad out.
I think you should use your wrist a little bit more.
Why not?
Is he okay?
Nah, he's fine.
Yeah, sure.
Everything changes. Life changes. Seasons change. And your personal style changes too. Luckily, your Zuka can change with you. One frame, with a lifetime warranty, can stick with you through thick and thin. And if it's time for something new, just swap out your insert to match the new you. Match your style and let your Zuka grow with you.
Ricky, distance driver in hand. What? What just happened? What just happened? Wysocki blows up the basket on the 16. I don't know what that is, but it definitely bombs.
The Portland Open is presented by Latitude 64. Quality matters. Welcome back. Gossage, tee of 2, coming off the birdie on 1.
I am a little shocked to see him go the backhand route, but I love that he just smoked the gap down the center and he's in circle deep. A look for back-to-back birdies. That's awesome tee shot. With his forehand power, that left side is very accessible.
Yeah, look how open that is.
It's open, but it's so far to get a forehand down there, 460 feet.
Yeah, true.
But it is downhill.
Kevin Kiefer next on the box.
Early tree, and the mandatory tree is going to be in play still. Going to have to probably go with a nice little backhand flex shot. And look at this. Eagle is preferring the forehand. I wonder if this is an aggressive forehand or a layup forehand and just conceding any sort of birdie chance. Yeah, this is just a concession of par, or for par, and that's fine. Again, this goes back to one of the keys for the opening keys is play the course to your strengths. And a little surprised. His backhand seemed so strong at Champs versus Chump.
Yeah, it was absolutely destroying the disc. Barella.
Now this is the attacking forehand that we want to see. See if you can erase the bogey in hole 1. Low, good stability, staying in there. This is going to be pretty nice. Okay, I thought it was going to get all the way there. Still a look inside C2.
That's a mashup forehand to get there, Jeremy.
Yeah, I am a little shocked to see it not get there, though, because he's just got so much power with his forehand.
Yeah, Wysocki for par.
That was great.
And Adam Hammes will begin his title defense on the other side of this break. We'll catch you there.
Thank you.
Introducing Disc Raptor, the best way to clean and dry your discs on the course. Make short work of mud, moisture, and dust in a quick spin. Made of quality materials that are built to last. Compact revolutionary design with synthetic turf and high surface microfiber cleaning surfaces. Lightweight and easy for travel. It's there when you need it. Welcome to the future of disc golf.
Help! I'm so weak.
Hey. Leave that poor boy alone.
And who are you supposed to be, punk?
I'm you, man.
Huh?
Champion Firebirds, KC Glow AVRs, Color Glow Toro, Halo Boss, 3 Champion Eagles. This is a new disc to my bag for 2024, DX AVR X3. Hey, I'm Calvin Heimburg, and this is my 2024 in the bag.
Welcome into the show. Blaine is at the basket of one. We're going to be flying up the fairway to the tee where you will catch your feature card. And your defending champion, Adam Hammonds. That was dramatic last year, Jerm. What a watch, man. Oh, my God.
I still get chills thinking about how Adam just stepped up to the plate on that putt on 18 and just knocked it down, gave himself a chance.
That was man, unreal.
Yeah, pretty incredible stuff.
The swings just on 19 alone, it was back and forth and back and forth.
Yeah.
My head was spinning watching that full.
What a featured group we've got today, Ian.
Right?
Presented by Latitude 64. We are here for your feature card of the MPO division at lovely Glendoveer Golf and Tennis. Up first to tee, your reigning Portland Open champion. Also the winner of his first his first tournament victory in MA2 Intermediate, the 2013 Northwoods Open at Sandy Point. Yeah, out in Naku, Wisconsin. Put your hands together for Adam Hammonds.
I think the players are liking the early win announcements, Jerm.
They're awesome. They're awesome.
Trivia question, do you know your own?
My very first pro win was the very first pro tournament I ever played.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn.
It was a March Madness at Earlwood Park in Columbia, South Carolina.
Adam doesn't like this one. It's headed out of bounds.
Not a lot to like about this. It just never really had a chance to stay in bounds unless it got lucky. It's going to be an early OB stroke. He got a lot of distance, though, and could still save par.
Harbor, Florida. His first professional victory was the 2014 21st Annual Sizzler Open. Give it up for Calvin Heimburg.
Did we hear that? The Sizzler Open?
Is he's announcing amateur or pro, depending? Is it like
maybe the funner one? I don't know.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, you can't top Sizzler.
Can't top Sizzler, dude. Yeah, that's what you're looking for.
Oh my
The
goodness.
movement. Oh boy, and it's planing out too a bit. Yikes! That's a good one.
And you knew it was in the whole way too.
Mhm.
You know,
Mhm.
it's such a good shot.
You can generally tell almost immediately.
Give it up for Gannon.
I didn't hear what the first win was for Gannon, but it was probably like 2 years ago. You know, like
totally.
Now he's just one of the best players in the world. It's just the emergence.
He's been watching us since he was 10 years old, Jerm.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Isn't that kind of crazy?
And yeah, again, you can tell right away
Ooh,
that is just, this might be past, yeah, this is past Calvin's, I think.
Yeah, you
got the full flight.
And last to tee for this feature card, out of Buhr, Sweden, the junior boy champion of the 2017 360 Open, Linus Carlson.
This is the best. I like these going backwards half for aerodynamic purposes right off the tee. Right, start to get it right. Needs to be flippy. And this is going to be finding the same fate as Adam Hammonds, early out of bounds.
Ooh. Started to kick the right way, but not far enough,
It tried.
unfortunately.
Please turn off mobile
Let's
data
flash
on
back
your phone.
to the
But
dramatic
before you
finish
do,
last year.
hashtag Portland Open.
After going out of bounds, Adam Hammonds needed to make this to put pressure on Gossage.
Oh, the two-handed, hands at the side, run in fist bump. It gives me chills every time I see it.
And Gossage couldn't get up and down, which led to this. Adam Hammonds with a great drive and better putt to finish.
Yeah, and both players had gone back and forth between giving the event up. Adam Hammonds had control at one point, and then Goose had control at one point, and there's just so many things. It's just such a back and forth battle, and then there was that just incredibly unfortunate spit out that Goose had on hole 16.
Yeah.
And then it ended up being, unfortunately the stroke that separated them.
T of 12, Alden Harris.
go for the backhand flex play. I like this hole because the backhand flex play and the forehand flex play equal.
Clean spin so far.
Just got to avoid the trees at the end, and sometimes you see the disc make its appearance right in line with the pin. Doesn't this time, but I think he is quite close. That was a beautiful shot.
Gossage for birdie.
This is such a great tee shot. It'd be awesome if he can knock this down and walk away with back-to-back birdies to start.
Chains out after the 490-foot drive.
Mm-hmm.
Barella.
This should be for par. Anthony Barella to his tour buddy, the magician from Minocqua, as some call him, Adam Hammis. His opportunity to try to save par. Gets it flat and wide. I like the initial angle. A little lift there.
Wow.
Yeah. But seemed to have just dug into the ground. Once it got on the right side of the mound, I thought it would skip a little bit, but that was a great shot from all the way back there. Opportunity to save the par.
That's how close Alden Harris was.
Oh, why didn't it? I was like, you normally
slid.
see it.
Maybe
It must
it
have
slid.
slid low, yeah.
Sneaky
That's
disc.
the best thing about hole 12 is seeing the disc reemerge back in that little tiny frame you get between the trees.
Carlson in his third after the OB drive.
Tee shot was a little bit longer than Adams, but their shots are essentially the same from this distance. All highs are for Linus, and this needs to get going.
Wow.
Okay, so that's safe and right, but that'll be a lengthy birdie or a par look coming.
Tee of 3 with Aaron Gossage. Okay, Aaron's throwing pretty well today.
Let's go. What a start, Goose.
Heimburg, second shot.
And I think these are a little bit more right than they like. The angle here coming in is going to be pinched off with these low branches. Got to go Anheuser into the pin.
Nate, is there some kind of like left to right wind on these approaches? Everything is sailing right on these guys.
Yeah, definitely. Adams lifted late because of that head left to right, and then Calvin just got a good gust that kind of lifted him up into that last tree.
Gotcha. Thanks, sir.
Again, and significantly, well, wow, seemingly significantly farther than Calvin. Once you get to that distance, anything that gets past it seems to me is significant. Those are both really lengthy tee shots, but again, the angle's a little bit, it's a little tricky. The forehand is open, but with that left to right cross one, you got to really either keep it flat or really trust a lot of width.
You tried to pin this? Or you try to finish short right?
I think you try to pin it.
Try to pin it? Okay.
Yeah, it's hard to see what his angle is, but if I were him, from what I can see here, I would try to pin it.
Oop.
Going to a knee suggest he's got a little bit of a low ceiling here. Pretty good judgment.
Yeah. Brandon Lotta throwing his third on the finishing hole 18.
Yeah, and that'll get him to 7 under if he makes that putt, which would tie him with Luke Humphreys for the hot round in the clubhouse.
Barella. It's a birdie look on hole 3.
Love to get back to par right now. And well done. Brandon Lotta, the only player in the field with a birdie on hole 13.
Seriously?
Yeah, we'll talk about that when we get to that hole. This is Alden Harris on hole 13. This is his second throw. And he's got 3 birdies in a row. And I can't believe his drive is all the way down there. That's A1 placement off the tee on 13. That's incredible.
Huge distance in the middle of the gap, right?
Wow. It'll be a bogey here for Linus to start the round in the tournament.
Let's see if Heimburg can start with a birdie.
This is definitely a test your nerve style putt for the opening hole of the event. Good height and has enough touch to put the brakes on before the out of bounds bunker. A good effort.
Hamis for par.
That's a good feeling par. Good execution on the approach. Just judged the wind well enough to keep it close enough to salvage the par. No harm, no foul.
That was Gannon Buhr carding a nice birdie to start his event.
Pars play in a similar fashion in many ways to the way that pars play at Northwood Black at times. It's just they feel fine. You don't feel like you're losing that much ground.
Yeah.
The hot round in the booth right now, I mean, in the clubhouse is 7 under. That's a great round. Maybe a little bit better than you would see at Northwood Black, but similar. I mean, the wind isn't that intense, you know, and usually if you have a golf course like this, wide open fairways and whatnot,
they're scoring better than 7.
Scoring a little bit better than 7, and they may, you know, because we still have our featured groups out here just starting.
Aaron Gossage has had a birdie look on every hole so far, now on the tee of 4.
Eagle opportunity, and he is playing highly aggressive to go to the left side of the green. A lot of space out there to stay in bounds, and he finds it.
That's one way to do it, I guess.
I like that play.
Brandon Lotta for a share of the lead on 18.
And he's in the clubhouse with Luke Humphreys at 7 under. And look at that back 9. It'd be hard to imagine many players shooting 5 under.
Wysocki for par? No. What? Is it one of those Rick bounce outs, Jerm?
He hit center. He hit it hard. Paul Ulibarri would say that was not a good putt. That is for birdie.
Wow. You say that's just the second of the day?
That's the second of the day, yeah. And he is tied right now with 7 under with 5 holes to go. Alden Harris off to an incredible start. But the 2 players who are at 7 under, 2 of the 3 players are the only 2 people in the field to birdie hole 13.
Slight correction.
He is parked.
Eric Oakley got it too.
Oh, did he?
Yeah,
I was going down the list. Okay, I should have just gone to the hole stats, but still.
Wow, Alden Harris, maybe he's getting used to this new plastic.
Bro, yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I mean, it takes time.
You've done it a couple times, Jerm.
I've done it twice, and I don't want to do it again. It's not. It takes. All the field practice in the world is fine. The tournament pressure, the nerves, the things that happen when you're actually out there playing shots that mean something. It just you learn from all sorts of experiences, and you can't just mimic those things in the field. And it just takes time. And everyone's different. Some people might do it quicker than others, but Alden Harris is seeming to do it pretty well right now.
Harris has a great roller game, showing it off on 14's tee.
Where is this going to get to? How close is that? He's got the eye of a tiger right now.
Circle 2, maybe? We'll see.
You'll have a look.
You'll have a look, yeah. Buhr, coming off the birdie on 1, takes the tee of 2.
This is in that intermediate layup aggressive range.
Yeah, no, that's perfectly called, Jerm.
It's just like you're not really going to make that putt, and you don't necessarily need to throw it that far, but at the same time, you're getting down the fairway. You're making the work on that second shot really easy.
And we saw some bogeys on that hole, so you don't mind that, right?
A birdie on 2 goes a long way. I mean, that's a tough hole to get. Again, is this a part of your game plan?
Adam Hamis.
That appeared to be the aggressive style.
Yeah, I got a little flip on there.
You have to. I don't even think Anthony Barella quite has all hyzer power to get there. I gotta put that with my hands up in the air, willing to eat my words if he does it the next round. But it's just so far, and that low ceiling, you just really have to get the tiniest bit of turn, and then I think the forehands can start reaching it.
Heimburg.
If there were ever a Heimburg-esque hole, it's hole 2. This gets away from him a bit. But the forced low ceiling, the gap hit, and you have to do it with power, those are all things that he usually excels at.
Carlson.
There's a little bit of work left for the par.
Got Adam Hammis in circle 2. The rest of the gang out in the fairway. Alden Harris.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You called it pin high, circle 2, to take the lead.
Not his best effort.
Whoops. Four in a row. You're not going to see too many players with 4 in a row on this course.
Harris now for par. How long did it take you, Jerm, before the disc change wasn't in your head on the course, man?
Again, different for me. I'd say probably about mid-season.
Yeah,
I think right about where we are right now.
That feels fair, man.
Mm-hmm. You start seeing different style courses, different elevations, different wind patterns. All the things you need. Right in the middle there for Harris. Another player who started off, or who had 4 birdies in a row, started off with 4 birdies in a row. That's Corey Ellis, who's
This is Gossage laying up for birdie on 4.
I got to do it.
Quick shout out to my man Andrew Miranda. Parked it for eagle. 5-footer, man.
Yep.
Central Coast finest right there, Andrew Miranda.
And I don't see any other 2s on the day on hole 4. Oh, there is another one from Tuomas Hutiainen, and actually Braden Sides, and a David Konoplev, who had no other holes under par except for the eagle he got on 4. So congratulations to you for getting a memorable eagle.
Buhr was out of bounds?
Doink. Was he?
Yeah, he was.
Really?
Nate, talk about what happened to Buhr there.
Yeah, just didn't quite have the legs, and we felt a strong gust, and it kind of held that driver out late, and he was just 6 inches OB, had to take it 100 feet back.
Wow. Thank you, Nate. Apologies, we missed that in the booth. Carlson, a nice approach. Should work for par. Looking at distances. Calvin's about $150 out still. One more look at this.
Just didn't quite make it. Yeah. It looked like it was in between the stakes on the right side, but yeah, just didn't quite scoot back enough.
Thank you, production, for busting that out for us. Heimburg from $150.
Pretty overstable for the approach from there, but it worked out. Good touch.
And Hammis will have a chance to grab a stroke on the card from circle 2, and he is deadly out there, Jerm.
It's one of those keys to succeed here on this course. You gotta imagine making a couple of these just goes such a long way over the course of the 4 rounds. This is going to be heading left and high.
That was a tough look. Maybe a little headwind lift on him. Tapping in birdie is Aaron Gossage.
What a start. Just a missed putt on hole 2 away from a perfect 4-for-4 start. You can see a little pep in his step. I love the way Gossage plays. There's a lot of self-talk that's going on. A lot of encouraging sentiments. When right before he throws, he says, come on, let's go. And he says that on every hole, and it's his routine, and he sticks to it.
Also one of the most polite, nicest guys on tour, man.
Yeah, well, I like the idea that he's giving himself encouragements and he's like giving himself a little pat in the back when he does well. And you can't just beat yourself up. You got to do the other stuff too. You have to, you know, take the good with the bad. And if you don't do that, it's just going to be a punishing experience on the tour.
Calvin, no problem on the par putt. Should be the same for Adam.
And a bogey for Gannon. That'll drop him back to even. I've been looking down the stats just to see how many players can get 4 in a row, and Robert Burge is only the 3rd player to do it. Meanwhile, Alden Harris making the mandatory, hit an early tree, kicking way right. This hole is a hole you play for par if you're not in perfect position, and I think that's fine. I think he still has an opportunity to save the par.
Gossage on the tee of 5. As determined I get blown away in the booth.
And Ty Love with his approach on 18, I believe. Yes. And puts it just behind the pin. And a birdie on 18 would tie Ty Love at the top at 7 under.
Oregon's own Ty Love?
Oregon's own Ty
Love. I met him and his dad at Bevel Brewing, hanging out with Nate Doss
He's a very
couple years
pleasant young
back.
man.
He is a very nice young gentleman.
Ty is
one
of those guys mature beyond his years.
That's accurate. Yeah. Hammis, tee of 3.
A lot to like here, Ian.
Oh.
A lot to like here, Ian.
A disc outside bullseye goes Adam Hammis.
You got to keep it wide with an overstable driver, keep it low off the tee, and still have the disc have enough energy to get a good skip and try to hit the gap of up there by the basket. It's very narrow, specific hole when you get back towards the pin.
The Heimburg tee shot is starting to fade in, and he spun Josh all the way around.
It's going to be a deep look coming up for Calvin, just probably 38 feet long.
Carlson.
Does this have that late power? It's trying. It's going to be looking at a birdie.
Now Gannon Buhr.
Yeah, I like this. If this just misses that tree, it should be. Oh, wow. It looked like the grass really just gobbled up any momentum that disc had, and that brought the tree into play.
As they march up 3, let's jump ahead to 5. McMahon on the tee.
This is such a long forehand.
He's got to have a putt.
Oh, I don't get it. Like,
looking like a 200-foot forehand germ right there.
It does. It really does. It's just so impressive.
Yeah. Alden Harris. Is this really his second? Got it this far?
It kicked way right, got through the trees.
Oh.
I mean, it's not necessarily that far of a tee shot, but it's open, and that's pretty common for hole 15. And then I like that it just forces the layup, because when you get in that mid zone when you're like 400 feet away, you get enticed to go for the birdie, and that 400 plays a lot farther because it's uphill. And up to Ty Love on 18 for his birdie look to tie it up at the top at 7 under. And he does it. What a round for Ty Love.
Nice stuff.
Unofficially 1057 rated currently.
Gannon Buhr. Nothing doing on the birdie bid, just pitches over for 4 par. Birdie putt for McMahon on 5. You saw the drive a few moments ago.
Barely inside the circle. That is awesome.
So that's 1 bogey, 2 birdies for McMahon through 5, under par. Carlson for birdie from circle 2, back on 3.
This would be a nice putt to make right now. Yeah, what a stroke there for Linus, right in the center.
That was
Smooth
hard
pace.
the last 20 feet of the flight. Goose to go 4 for 5. The man has had a birdie look on every single hole.
Yep. That's tough to do in this course. Inside C1 in regulation, every hole. I mean, this is impressive stuff.
Are we watching a revenge tour right now, Germ?
He likes this course, man. I
Yeah,
tell you, there's
yeah.
horses for courses in Aaron
You know,
Gossage.
Facts. Germ.
Maybe there's gooses for courses. The expression needs to change.
Even better. Heimburg for birdie.
Another wayward right birdie look for Calvin from about the same distance.
Looks like he is still out as he marches over. And now for par.
That'll do. Fairly slow start for #1 player in the world, regardless of what ranking metric you choose.
This is a birdie for Adam Hammis.
This is just such a stellar drive.
Your defending champion under par now. That was a par for Buhr. His first of the day will keep him level. Harris, his third on 15.
And nicely done there for the approach. That is good scrambling from Alden.
Gossage now on the tee of 6.
Oh, this hole's infinitely long. 1180 and uphill like most of the way it feels like.
Did he get it down? Did he hit a tree?
I think he hit the first tree available, and this hole just...
And Andrew Miranda, the pride of the Central Coast.
Going for it on 17. Yes. Beautiful.
That kid beat me at a weekly when he was 12. And it wasn't even by a couple strokes, man. He's so good.
Only reason he beat you when he was 12 is because you didn't play against him when he was 11.
I wish
He
you were
would've
wrong.
beat
I
you
wish
then
you were
too.
wrong, Germ. Andy is so good. Gossage, his second after the early tree hit.
I was going to say, when you hit an early tree here, this hole goes from 1180 to about 1380. It's just so far. That's a good recovery shot.
But you think he's still playing this one for par?
100%. No, there's no one
that's getting it there from there.
No one's getting there from there.
Okay.
No one's getting to the pin.
Andrew Miranda, the nice birdie on 17. He is in the hunt, you guys. Look at that.
That puts him at 6 under.
Yeah.
So even with the 2 bogeys on 13-14, an opportunity for Andrew Miranda to tie it up at the top with the other 4 players currently at 7 under.
Adam Hammis, who should be on the tee of 4.
How aggressive do you play it? Going for the eagle, or are you playing for the safe birdie? It looks like he's playing for the safe birdie, just like we saw from Aaron Gossage just a moment ago.
How much do you have to work with over there, Jim?
It's a pretty fat landing zone over there. If you want to throw a more full-powered shot, unless you're just getting very, very aggressive and just trying to pinpoint it on the pin, I think the play is left of the green. I would say you have 50 to 60 feet, but I think that maybe we can send that down to Nate Perkins and try to clarify how much space we actually do have. I think it's a good time to send it down to Perkins right now. How much space do you have on the left side of that green down there, Nate?
Oh, left side is plenty clear, Germ. I mean, you have 80 feet to the fence, and I actually love the play if you have that 500 foot of distance and aren't really feeling like pinpointing this eagle.
I think Calvin's more interested in the pinpoint eagle play.
Almost the albatross.
Oh, and it stays safe on the backside of the green. And he will have a look for eagle from probably just at circle's edge.
Harris for par. After that drive, he
That's
loves
good
the
golf.
par.
That's good golf right there. You're kind of forced into the good golf, but you still have to do it.
Yeah, true. Buhr back on 4. This is the aggressive line.
He keeps it out over the pond for a long way with height. Oh my gosh.
Nate, is that the play you're about to describe to us before we cut you off?
Yeah. You like the throw at 580 play?
Well, both Calvin and Gannon getting really aggressive there. Gannon going a little flippier and just getting a little bit more right out of it. And there's actually a ton of safe space over here to the right of the pond that you can't really see from the tee. Gannon's got about a 60-footer back at the pin. A little solar panel in his way, though, guys.
Interesting. Hopefully that doesn't come into play.
Not your typical obstacle.
No. Getting a look at the green from our Flight Factory drone.
I love this as a par 4. I think something that we're missing a little bit more in golf is the eagleable shots where the risk reward is plenty. 485 is in most of these players' wheelhouses, but the layup approach is definitely in play, as we see here from Linus.
Yeah, the short par 4 is it's a thing in pro golf, you know?
Yeah. It's just a beautiful look there from the Flight Factory drone of what this hole actually has. That pond is prevalent. It is so scary. You could throw a nice shot to land on the green, and the disc could stand up and just roll right back in the pond. OB shots actually have to go to a drop zone, so you're not even guaranteed the or birdie from that range. If you park it, you're 8 feet away. Your disc crossed out of bounds 8 feet away. You have to go to a drop zone. I'm pretty sure.
It might be optional. I'm just basing on the FPO play this morning.
Okay.
But
Okay.
I could be wrong.
Look how scary this was. It's amazing how often discs that are hitting the shortest grass you've ever seen in your life just get Velcroed to the green. That time Linus gets the fortunate hop off and stays close to the basket. That was a really good approach.
Barella throwing 2 on hole 6. Huge drive. So that was pretty far.
Oh my God.
Wow.
There's no way anyone eagles that hole.
Hopefully we get to watch it, Jerm.
Hole 6 cannot be 3'd. Please prove me wrong with that one, Anthony. That is ridiculous.
16 with Harris. This is a big pull, and there's a lot to miss late.
And he's going for the straight at it route, which is the toughest way to get there. The right side hyzer play is a little bit more accessible, but each route you have a lot of trees to contend with.
Adam Hammis throwing 2 on 4, just pitching over for birdie.
Gotta be touchy with it. Good layup there for Adam. I can't even believe that we just said the words Anthony Barella with an eagle look on hole 6.
And how about an eagle for Buhr on 4?
What a putt!
From the knee around the solar panel.
Solar
that was
panel, limbs, everything.
A 63-foot putt for Gannon Buhr right there. From the knee, man.
He makes the sides straddle from the knee look so comfortable. Man, and in the heart, what a putt.
That was nasty, Germ. And Burr's just a little bit different, Germ.
He is. He's very different.
My goodness. Heimburg, also for eagle. We've got him at 51 feet on this bid.
And in a lot of ways, Gannon's putt was a lot safer, even though it was a little bit farther away.
Mm-hmm.
Calvin's putting is right back towards the water on a downslope. I mean, and he's only about 15 feet maybe from the pin to the out-of-bounds line.
Yep. Carlson for birdie.
And I was surprised to see how far Calvin was away. It's so difficult to tell from that drone shot.
Mm-hmm.
But it gave it a valiant effort. This card is gonna play the hole under a star frame right now.
Oh yeah,
little galaxy frame, I like to call it.
Nice. So that gets Calvin under par on the day. It had been 3 pars to start his round. On hole 6, Gossage in his third.
I mean, after what we just saw from Barella, I mean, this isn't turned over enough. Yeah, this is gonna be cut left a long way.
Yeah.
And I don't even know if there's out of bounds left. That's way left.
Alden Harris on 16. This is a birdie bid. That's a layup for par.
Not so much a bid.
Nope.
But par is secured as long as he can get out of the thorn bush.
So Gossage did go far enough to find OB, Jerome.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, that is not OB you really expect to see.
No, that's pretty generous.
I'm a little surprised to see him try to get so aggressive
with that roller.
Yeah, I mean, once you hit that tree off the tee, you're done with the birdie opportunity for most players.
And he's playing so
He's
well.
playing so well. You want to
need
protect
have,
that.
Yeah,
Again,
exactly.
the hurt of a bogey is greater than the joy of a birdie.
Buhr, tee of 5.
For most players, this forehand requires a little flex, and we see Gannon gives a little flex. It's just most people are coming up about that short with a great throw. You really, to get all the way there, it has to be so crispy and perfect. And Gannon was asking for that to get down because the low ceiling, well, it's not really that low of a ceiling, but he was still pushing it.
Adam Hammis, 2 straight birdies. We'll try to make it 3 on 5.
And this is just rolled over left. Hopefully a pitch up for par for Adam coming.
Can be kind of tough with that downslope.
Yeah, it's touchy. It's a fast green.
Carlson. Oh.
And maybe that's the limb that Gannon was saying get down about.
Yeah, Carlson has all his work to do now.
Yes.
Whoop. Calvin Heimburg on the box.
I love Calvin's play for this hole with his late turn eagle. Just hit the gap with speed and just burn the disc over.
That's exactly what he did. Don't think it got all the way there.
No, it's just.
Although circle 1.
Did it?
Yeah.
Is that what we're showing right now? Circle 1.
Yeah. Buhr and Heimburg. Circle 1.
I think somebody might be keeping track from the tee pad.
I got my Bushnell guys out there, Germ.
Okay. Anthony Barella for Eagle. Let's just please do something. No. Oh my God.
That was tracking.
Oh my God. Did that chain out?
Nah, maybe.
Oh, I thought it did it on the first angle.
Let's see. I thought it was just in front, but I could have been wrong.
Okay, yeah. But, I mean, a great effort. Just to even utter the words Anthony Barella for Eagle on hole 6 is just silly.
You see the size of that AB card right there? The gallery?
I mean,
he's worth it.
Yeah, it's worth it, dude. He's going to give you shots like that every once in a while.
Carlson, his second. Hit a $190 left on the hole. Did he get it there, Jim?
No, he did not. And that is work left to be done.
Adam Hammis, we have at a $140 for his approach. Going down the hill as well, so a little bit of added difficulty.
Going for the big jump putt here for Adam. He's got a lot of spin and a lot of control with his jump putt. Looks like a pretty...
Is that just the top of the band we're seeing there, Jerm? Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah, didn't quite see where that one landed.
I'll let you know when we get an update. Nate, did you happen to see where the Adam Hammis second got to?
Yeah, he's at 28 feet. Pretty open look. Linus is just outside the circle. Gannon and Calvin just inside as well.
Wow. I did not quite see Gannon's forehand get all the way in the circle.
Yeah.
That says a lot about his forehand. It is a tough thing to do. Getting inside the circle here on hole 5 is tough. 420 feet.
Carlson to grab par.
Oh, what an effort. I mean, not an effort. That's a make. Yeah, that's a success there. Great scramble. Just a little baby 7-foot wide Douglas fir in the way.
Let's roll back that Zuka replay. We'll get there in a second. Here we go. Cannon Buhr for birdie, just inside the circle.
What a great drive. Oh, it must have been just outside.
He was just outside.
Or we're all calling him for a football.
Nice putt.
That's a perfect spot for Gannon. A little step putter's dream just on the outside edge of the circle. Calvin even closer.
Hammis for par.
This is a fast one from 28. When the basket's below your feet at this range, it's just an awkward putt. Any kind of wind whatsoever makes the angles of the putter release really tricky.
And after a slow start, Calvin Heimburg will try to go 2 for 2.
Perfect. Something that he has really cleaned up this season from last season's success is his putting from 25 to 45.
Yeah.
I mean, he's always been able to knock down those really long, just fast, spinny jammers, but he's got to clean up those short ones, and he's really done a good job of that this year.
Looking at the tee of 17, Alden Harris.
3 pars in a row. Getting aggressive, but this one's going to hyzer out. At least it's safe and over the hill. Most of the hard work has been completed on 17. Just a layup now from 80 feet.
McMahon for his 3rd straight birdie on 6's green.
There you have it. This is the eagle we were seeing a few days ago.
Yeah, exactly. Man, watching eagle throw on camera is one thing. Watching it in person, Jerm, it's
pretty sick, man. And it's just why if you ever are close enough to travel to one of these events, you should. You just seeing them on camera is impressive, but seeing them in person it's a delight.
Gossage, it's a bogey, bit of an unforced error after getting aggressive with his 3rd.
So he gave himself a little punishment with a just smack, but he also gave himself a little jug. So it's a little bit of punishment and reward. Good job, you made the putt, but stupid bogey.
Barella
really talks a lot to himself.
In for birdie. After eagle drove on hole 1 during the champs chumps, I heard about 5 or 6 chumps go, "What was that noise?" Like, they sound like that.
It whooshes differently.
It does. It 100% does. AB. And as Jerm was just mentioning, if you guys have not made it out to Pro Tour in person, do it. It'll change your perspective on the game, I promise.
Scan the barcode, man. You just come out here and check it out. It's worth it. That wasn't even an intentional plug, but it's so true. It's just something you got to do. At some point, it's a bucket list item for anyone who's never been to a tour event. One of my favorite things to do with fans is when they tell me, this is my first tour event, I just, like, what are you thinking? I want to talk to them and get their experiences. And every person's like, it's the best. All the players are so accessible, and and not everyone's so accessible, but they're also happy to be here, and it's a lot of love in the community.
And it's such a great place to watch golf. Awesome sight lines. All the amenities are fantastic.
I mean, if you can get here in the next couple of days, you got to do it.
Heimburg on the tee. Goodbye.
Yep. We'll see in about 20 minutes. Oh.
Still
brother.
Going.
I kind of just wish we could get Anthony Barella where Calvin's drive is to throw his roller approach from there.
Oh, yeah.
Calvin just doesn't quite do the big roller play.
Does it? I want him to so bad. He's too smart for that stuff.
He's too smart for it.
Carlson.
That's just what a typical really good drive looks like.
Is it?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
It wanted a little bit more height. I mean,
Okay.
Linus has more distance than that in his bag, but that's a fine shot. Getting through the gap, it's not that tight of a gap, but still, you're trying to get through it with power, and sometimes you can miss your line a little bit, like we saw with Gossage just a moment ago.
Hamas.
But it is a really fun tee shot to see the disc soar. Hamas has done a good job here. Just don't want to fade too much into those trees. Want to... that might be a tricky second shot. Good distance off the tee at the very least.
Should be on 18 with Andrew Miranda, his third into the green. And he will have that putt for a share of the lead. You can count that one. What an approach. McMahon, tee of 7.
Oh, and that finds the bunker, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're right. 17, Wysocki.
Been stuck at 5 for quite a bit. Oh, he did have that spit out bogey. I'm back on 13. And this gets safe, yeah?
I think so. Do we see any indications yet?
This is such an easy bunker to find. On hole 7, McMahon for par now.
Confirmation Rick is safe, by the way, on 17.
Excellent, excellent. An eagle high and in. It feels like a birdie. It would score it as a par.
Alden Harris for the solo lead, but he's laying this up.
He ain't going for this.
Going for this. 18 with Miranda for a share of the lead.
Oh, no. Just a little too much want, but I like it. I like the pace behind the putt. It didn't seem nervy. It just seems he just missed it a little bit.
Yeah, dead center high. That was a birdie for Wysocki on 17.
And now give him an opportunity to get a birdie on 18 and get in that clump of players up there at 7.
Let's take a peek at our scores as they're starting to settle in.
And Drew Gibson off to a good start, 6 under through 12, just like Joona Heinonen. Both off to a really good start. 6 under through 12 is awesome. But 13 is really when the course starts to tighten up and get really tricky. It's hard to find extra birdies on that last 5-6 hole stretch.
Gannon Buhr. Didn't Drew Gibson win the first Portland Open?
Was it the first Portland Open? Maybe it was.
Out of Blue Lake?
Maybe it was. Yeah, I mean, it was the playoff against Eagle McMahon with that. Again, another crazy. It wasn't a spit out per se, but the way the Eagles putt, toilet bowled out the backside, and the nub just kind of flopped it over the rim. That was a crazy event, but that was Drew Gibson's first of 2 Pro Tour wins.
The other one also won a playoff. How about that? Over Gannon Buhr.
Mm-hmm. Huh. That was a great playoff.
Man, that was like 7 holes or something like that? 5 holes?
Yeah, it was a few. I don't remember exactly how many holes it was, but it was a good show.
It was. Hamas doesn't look too impeded. Nate, does he have a clean swing here?
Yeah, he's got a clean swing, but he has a little bit of a low ceiling and trying to throw uphill, so it might limit his distance here.
That's fine work from that lie. I think most people would like to go for the high jackknife and hyzer throw to get up to the top of the hill, but having to go hyzer flip forced the issue and made a pretty good shot from there.
Heimburg in his second. And Nate popped in our ears. It was a 7-hole playoff, man.
7-hole playoff,
wow.
Yeah. Not quite as cool as the playoff with Macbeth and Wysocki in the 2014 World Championships, also here in Portland. That was one of my favorite playoffs ever to witness.
I filmed both of those.
That was a special time. Just,
oh man,
I still remember the stampede of spectators and the dust cloud they were picking up off the ground, and the shot-for-shot birdies, and the big clutch putt from Macbeth on hole 2 from 40 deep. Ooh.
Huh. So yeah, we talked about this eagle putt.
Oh
my gosh.
The eagle with the somersault backwards.
They're going to cut it early, but if you
Couldn't
look at
believe
Peter's
it.
face, his jaw just drops. I don't know if it's,
oh, yeah,
they didn't hold long enough.
And the hole 1 at Blue Lake is a tricky hole.
Yeah,
Eagle
hit the tree and rolled OB.
Really gives Drew the opportunity to play it for the par, and look at that. The elation of the first Pro Tour win is just something else, man.
That's probably no feeling like it in your career, you know? Other than maybe Worlds.
Unforgettable. Unforgettable.
Wysocki, tee of 18.
Does he get through the gap? Oh, hits one of the big Douglas firs in the way.
Let's jump back to 8 with Eagle McMahon. And Nate, were you around for that Portland playoff?
Yeah, I was on the card, Ian, and actually it was the first time I joined you in the booth on Central Coast to call Drew's win. So cool memory at the first Portland Open.
Oh, that's right. I remember that. That's good times there.
Eagle with too much power, end up hitting the high limbs at 560. Is that what the 567? Hits the high limbs, drops down nearly pin high, just outside the circle in C2 range.
Harris, tee of 18.
An opportunity here to get the solo lead for the time being at the least. Does this find a way through? And it doesn't, but if it kicks right far enough, you can find that second fairway, which is really all you're looking to do. Distance is great, but really just finding an open, clear second shot is what you're looking for in 18.
Hammis throwing his third.
Forces a little Anheuser flex out of the hand, which takes the big skip out of play. Very well thrown approach for Adam.
Back to 18 for Harris and his second.
Yeah, and he's found the fairway. Just a couple mandatories you have to deal with here. The mandatory at the bottom left of your screen is, well, the left side of the fairway for Alden at least. That's right where the out of bounds starts creeping up on the left side of this fairway. Want to keep it just past that right side mandatory. It's a good shot.
Carlson throwing 3. Linus lays down the roller. Does he have a look behind that tree, though?
It's a good shot from back there.
Yeah. Wysocki throwing 2 on 18. Unfortunately pinched on this tree.
I still think he can get the birdie. Oh, yeah. He's got a lot of power with the standstill forehand. Come on, man.
Playing George of the Jungle golf right there, Jerome.
Yeah, he's so animated.
Swinging tree to tree.
He'll let you know how he feels.
Yep. Buhr on 6 throws his third into the green.
I'll spin around a little bit. Not perfect, but still looking at the birdie.
So we just caught the back end of the Heimburg approach. Let you know he is C1 though, and had just 200 feet left on the hole. Nate, how's the Carlson putt looking? Gosh. Looks like that tree might be in the way. Do you have an eye on it yet?
He's definitely not going to be able to go flat to hyzer. He's going to have to try and spin this ante in, but he's got that delivery.
Nice. Love to hear that. Gannon Buhr to get the 4 down through 6. That's scorching, Germ.
Few more steps outside the circle than it looked from that first angle we saw it, but he likes to send him in there, man. The low ceiling doesn't really bother Gannon. He's got the weirdest style putt where he putts nose down, yet the disc can still lift and carry from long range. I don't understand it as somebody who likes to appreciate physics, but Gannon does it.
He might be a wizard, Germ. Carlson for birdie.
Yeah. Linus Carlson, a couple of exquisite putts in the first 6 holes.
Yeah, they're super dialed.
Incredible wind read for Linus. That was so good. Yeah, his putt on 3 for the birdie, the putt on 5 for the par save, now the putt for birdie on 6. Good stuff here from Linus.
Adam Hammis. Also a birdie look.
Oh no. Played the hole so well. That is just, that'll get you antsy.
Ugh. And the Heimburg approach just outside bullseye, has this left for birdie. This is to get Calvin to 3, and that's also 3 in a row. Heimburg heating up.
How many times have we said that?
I've used up all my cards so far on that one. I have none left.
Ricky doesn't really have the great play for the birdie, so he has to pitch it into the second tier of the hill. That'll leave him in circle 3 or maybe circle 4, looking like he's going to finish at 6 under for the day.
McMahon for birdie. An inch low. Harris.
Alden getting out into the field after 2 shots. He's got this left to finish with a birdie and the outright lead.
Did it look wide?
It did.
It got up on the top shelf. Left side of the camera there.
That did not appear to have come out at the right time for Alden. We'll see how close he is in a moment.
Back on 8, Barella has a birdie bid. Steps it through, but steps it low.
Such a fun hole. Hole 8, 567 feet down the hill.
That was not a good approach.
No.
That was pretty bad.
Yeah, that's a frustrating one. You'd like to get up and down there to seal the deal and finish a great round. But you can still leave with his head held high after a solid round, as long as he's able to tap that in for the 7 under.
Yeah. Blaine flying us all over this beautiful property. So the gallery has reached the tee pad of the next. And the card. There's the pin top of your frame right by those hazards. While they get ready, McMahon on the tee of 9. Rope.
Pretty good. That was gorgeous.
That was
absolutely gorgeous.
And Harris to get off the course with a par.
Okay.
Does that at least. Also for par, Wysocki.
Ricky, the only bogey he had on the day was when the putt just didn't want to stay in the basket. Solid round. He won't be happy with it, but
yeah,
99.99% of the disc golfers on tour would be.
Buhr, another great drive. He will be 5 down through 7.
This is a blind tee shot, hole 7, and it's got the out of bounds. We saw Eagle McMahon putt from the bunker just a few holes ago. This is the same hole here, and you just gotta, I mean, you just gotta put the brakes on once you get over the hill. Pick a spot in the background, point and shoot. Calvin likes this straight attack at this pin.
Is it straight enough though, Germ?
Yeah, it's straight enough. It's just a little bit long. Give it a little bit of a chain scare there for the ace. Be a look for 4 straight birdies for Calvin.
Carlson. I don't think he likes it, Germ.
Yeah, it's so poor, it's safe.
It's so bad, it's okay again. It's a uniquely disc golf thing.
It is.
You know?
It really, really is.
Adam Hammis. Sneaks that one into the circle for a birdie look.
Good effort. And we missed a Goose taking a double bogey on this hole after his unfortunate bogey on the uphill 1,100-foot par 5. He took a double on 7, and he's dropped to 1 under after that awesome start.
We have caught up with Drew Gibson. Second shot on 13.
Wow. That's a big tee shot.
That's a large drive.
Oh my gosh. Drew is on fire, birdieing 6 of the last 7 holes. Boy, that is getting it done.
And we are now live with Gibson for his 3rd on 13.
It is such a good par to take here on 13. It'll look like a good approach. Just look at that. Look at those trees, Ian. It's just gorgeous, man.
Gotta love Oregon, man.
It is awesome.
Carlson for birdie from the fairway.
Went on a nature walk with Mr. Nate Sexton the other day, and just getting off the path a little bit and just seeing everything is just so furry.
That is totally true.
So the ferns and the moss that are growing up and down the trees, it just feels like you're in Jurassic period. Man.
Everything
just
growing
expecting a stegosaurus to just come around the corner, man. I love it up here.
We got Milo next week. Oregon's just showing off.
Pretty special place. Happy to be here in the early summer. I'll put it that way. Not going to catch me here in February.
Not so much. Hammis for birdie.
Yep.
Good putt.
Yeah, that'll make up a soften the blow of the last miss putt, I'd say, in some way.
I feel that. McMahon?
What a drive. That is such a thing of beauty.
Eagles starting to heat up. Heimburg will come up the hill for a 2.
Still haven't seen a player get 5 birdies in a row. Calvin, this would be for his 4th. Yep. Calvin's there. He's finding that Calvin zone. The Cal zone, some people call it.
Wow. In a bird. With a birdie. And Carlson taps in par. And speaking of calzones, you got time to throw a Hot Pocket in the microwave right now. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes after this Gibson putt. There's the par. All right, now you got time to throw the Hot Pocket in the micro. We'll be back.
Allen's the best of the best. It's the quality, the craftsmanship, the vision for what a bag could be. I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best made bag.
Looking at the T of 8 and Gannon Buhr. The man is on a heater, 5 down through 7. This is a pretty tough get, though, Jeremy.
It is when you throw it that direction.
Yeah. Oh, that's out of bounds, isn't it?
Is it? That might just be spectator up. Is
let's
there
hope
out of
so.
bounds on? Yeah, I think it's all safe down there.
Okay,
You can find yourself. I think Ulibarri said last year after his tee shot, he ranged his approach to 380 feet.
In bounds?
Yeah, in bounds.
That's.
This one is really important to have a good wind.
Heimburg on the tee.
If the wind isn't good in this hole, it is tough to get a good birdie. Oh, boy. This is burned over right after seeing Gannon do it. I'm surprised Calvin made the same mistake.
Oh, he's not hitting anything.
I mean, this is out there in Paul Ulibarri territory. Sorry, Paul. I'm throwing you under the bus a little bit here. But
for reference, we've got Gannon at $1.60. So, you know?
Yeah, wow.
Yeah. Hammis.
Adam with a good line here, and I love the change they made this year. This basket was about another 80 feet past those trees, and this hole takes so much distance to get to that tree line, and the basket was just begging to be placed right between these big Douglas firs at the bottom of the hill, and they took the feedback and responded, and we've got a really great hole here on hole 8.
Carlson. This is moving. Circle 2.
Yeah, it's got to look.
McMahon, T of 10.
Just trying to get somewhere out safe on the right side, and
I saw a leaf come down.
Yeah, Probably was cooking.
Yeah. Gibson, tee of 14. Would you go roller on this one, Jim?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's the smart play. It's hard to get a forehand that far, and the backhand air shot seems to be maybe not as good as what the roller can do. I think the roller is going to be a very common play for a lot of guys. It just depends on the way the wind's blowing, but I think today it's the right play.
220-foot approach for Calvin Heimburg with his second.
Oh, okay. And we're not going to see another player's birdie streak ends at 4.
Oh, yeah, huh. Nobody in the whole field got 5 today?
Not yet, no. There's like 4, 5, 6 guys that have 4 in a row.
McMahon, after the early tree hit, will throw his second. Gonna flex a forehand around the outside. It looked good out of his hand. I'm not seeing it climb the hill, did you?
No, I didn't spot it there on that view.
Yeah. So we're flying above hole 8. Should be a Gannon Burr's lie. He has 160 into the hole.
Do you have any nicknames for Douglas firs?
I don't, man. No.
I've just always liked. I've really enjoyed calling them Dougie Furballs.
Dougie Furballs.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just fun to say.
Gannon
Oh boy,
hates that.
Oh boy,
you kind of see why. It was pretty awful.
There's a lot to hate.
Yeah.
All right, that is. This is not a hole you'd ever imagine Gannon struggling to save a par on.
No. Nate, do you have any takes on this approach from Burr? It just didn't look good, man.
Well, he's been pretty open about that distance in the past. If it's just outside of jump putt range for Burr, he hates it, and you could tell why he left that MD5 35 right.
And that's exactly where he was, right, at $160.
Uh-huh. So it is an awkward zone.
All right. Gossage is second on 10.
I think a lot of players feel that way.
Yeah, sure.
And that climbs the hill and inside bullseye, it seems, for Goose. That was a great shot.
Sure was. Hammis. It's a birdie look and to grab a stroke on the card.
Oh boy, the dreaded skip off the top of these flat tops on a lot of these targets don't have the concave top like some of them do, and what you do when you hit the top, if there's no flag, you're gonna skip to big long comeback putt. Adam's gonna have to dig deep here for his par.
Before that though, Burr will dig for a par of his own. Stepping through from circle 2.
Well, he's digging. He's a gold miner. This guy finds putts from all sorts of ranges. Yeah, he just slams it home.
It was perfect.
Call him a 49er, dude.
Hamlis will try to do the same, just inside the circle though.
That is a frustrating distance to be coming back after the birdie look. And he's going to miss it low. A very common thing. Miss one high, make the adjustment. You're a little bit nervous about doing the same mistake, and then you end up 3-putting. You can take a bogey here.
Heimburg for par.
Good delivery. Stays in.
Bogey for Hammis will drop him back to 1 under on the day. Heimburg a clean 4 down. Burr sitting at 5. Adam trying to figure out the stroke right now. It's tough to do mid-round sometimes, James.
Oh, 100%. I mean, it's a short missed putt for birdie. And then, oh my gosh, this is Drew's birdie look.
Man, what a roller.
All right, the group of 7 unders gets one bigger here with Drew Gibson. What a stretch of holes he has been putting together lately.
Man. He's in my top 10 roller guys, though, to be honest. You know?
Sure. Yeah, he's got, I mean, the combination of the power and the backhand consistency. He's been known for calling himself backhand daddy for good reason. What? Yeah, I mean, hey, it's like a title like that. They have to. I mean, you got to earn it.
You got to own. Yeah, you got to own it too.
And you got to own it. And I mean, his backhand form is one of the best.
I tell you what, Cole Rodolin, who already threw 600 feet, went to redo his backhand form.
Mm-hmm.
He copied Drew Gibson.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. If there's any young players trying to look at a person to emulate, I mean, Drew Gibson is, you know, what, 5'9", 5'8"?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah,
he can throw 600 feet. Do that.
Oh, it's just such a mean snap, Jerm.
Was that 2 inside?
It was 2 inside, though.
A little 2 inside, but
it got out.
But it still looks. It's just fun to watch. The power is just incredible.
Chris Clemens for birdie. Getting Buhr on the tee of 9. Buhr didn't quite find the line. We'll have a little bit of work left to do. Looks like we've got Buhr about 125 feet out after that drive. Heimburg up next.
Just missing this one left. Ooh.
Nate, can you talk to us about that Heimburg drive? Yeah. Looked like Mando might still be in play for his second.
I think he's made the mandatory, but it's actually a pretty tricky spot. He kicked down into the left and doesn't have anything out to the right. Might have to go for his first forehand of the day.
Carlson's forehand finds the first tree.
See Adam also lining up the forehand. There's a flex play that you have to just barely miss the mandatory tree, and it takes a lot of power to not only hit this gap, but to have it return back anywhere towards the basket. Just you got to throw a very overstable disc. You got to get it just right. It's also got a low ceiling too. A lot of things in battle here. That's pretty awesome. You're essentially just looking at this log here that you see in your screen and trying to aim towards that. And if you get the distance right, you're going to be pin high looking for the birdie.
McMahon. Long birdie look.
There he is. There he is, Ian. Eagle McMahon from 72 feet. What a beautiful spin putt.
Let's take one more look at this huge putt from McMahon, powered by Nakwa, lifestyle power. Sit next to the Nakwa homer too, man.
I'm powered by Nakwa today for sure. Keeping these devices rolling. Watching all these beautiful scores come in.
The Heimburg second.
Get on edge. That's going to be edge of circle.
It is. Second shot for Gibson on 15. You saw the first grab an early tree.
Yeah, this is good. Yeah, I mean, he's like 500 feet from the pin. This is just going to be, you can see that like a tall tree in the middle of your screen. Okay. Just right at that, there's that kind of rounded top bush. That's kind of what you're trying to aim for from this range. You just want to get close to that out of bounds line and set yourself up for like the 230 to 250 foot approach. And that's exactly what he's done.
Second shot for Carlson back on 9.
And just not enough turn.
Oh, I had the right shape on it, but it missed that tree. Gossage has a birdie looking for back-to-back after a rough stretch in the middle.
This is not his most comfortable range, but this time he jams it home. And look at that colorful scorecard. A lot of birdies, but the bogey, double bogey stretch on 6 and 7 really set Gossage in the wrong direction.
That was Barella with a par. AB, the lone bogey back on 1 has 3 birdies to balance that out. Sitting at 2.
Pretty slow day for Anthony.
Yeah. The Buhr approach is good enough for par. And Adam Hammes is in circle 2 with a birdie chance.
Yeah, a pretty common place for a birdie look to come from with the big forehand. It's hard to get it all the way up the hill with that low ceiling and get it all the way back to the pin.
That was Carlson's par bid, not to be. You know what video I wish we had right now? The Adam Hammes tree putt. Do you remember that one? Where he climbed in the tree and putted out of it?
Oh, yes. Yeah. Classic.
That was here, wasn't it?
I can't. Yeah.
Yeah, it was here.
Yeah. And so this would be just incredible. If Adam is able to make this putt, he would go frustrating putt, great putt, frustrating putt, big putt. And look at that crazy lift. How much wind is going on out there right now, Nate?
Yeah, it's definitely windy, Germ, and he just had the worst wind, I think, for the hyzer putt, just that right to left, and it got under it and lifted.
Tough time to step up to the putt for Adam.
Heimburg.
Calvin's still dealing with it, and now this is for par from every bit of 31 feet. Off the top with the skip. He's got work coming back for the bogey now. The dreaded tops. They just really launch putts.
Hammes for par.
Southern royalty was born for plastic stone.
Behold the Eagles Crossing Disc Golf Course, a sanctuary where the ordinary transforms into the extraordinary. As each disc takes flight, destiny intertwines with the flight path. But beware, brave souls, for the course harbors challenges that even the boldest must confront. Yet, fear not, for victory and camaraderie are your companions on this voyage. Visit eaglescrossingdiscgolf.com.
With this collaboration with Discraft and Grip, the goal is to make the best bag in disc golf on and off the course. This bag is designed beyond the course. This is made for the travel. This is made for the tour. It's really made for the athlete of the sport. So many new changes that I can't wait to show off and others see and use and utilize. I believe disc golfers will love this new bag.
Your rating is one of the most valuable things you get with a membership. This gives you accurate numbers to track how well you've been doing and your overall improvement in the game. You also get a member number when you register with the PDGA. Your PDGA number is a stamp for when you got involved in the sport. It's a badge of pride for players and a part of your disc golf identity. Get your number today. Visit pdga.com/join.
Think you're the best glitch thrower in the world? Enter a Glitch World Championship qualifier in your area, and you can qualify to play against the best one-speed throwers in the world at the Glitch World Championships this fall at Maple Hill. The players' pack includes 2 exclusive discs, a Plasma Soft Glitch and a Plasma Soft Pitch. You'll also be able to purchase, for the first time ever, Streamline's Parachute, the first hybrid catch disc from Streamline. Sign up for a Glitch World Championship qualifier today.
While you're enjoying the Disc Golf Pro Tour this weekend, don't forget to pick up the Discmania Luxe Vapor Sport Power Grip DGPT Edition. Some great colors and an awesome casual catch disc. Check it out right now, exclusively at Power Grip.
This is the game changer. Step onto the course with the Pure Premium Disc Golf Bag, adding a touch of glamorous flair to your play. Use the code DGPT at puredisc.net for the best price. Upgrade your game, upgrade your look.
We are live on the T of 10 with Gannon Buhr.
Wow, very aggressive play going with the backhand flex shape.
How do you like the result there for Buhr, Nate?
That's an incredible shot for Gannon. It's really difficult to get that far left. I think most players aren't trying to play it. Gannon's now going to have a forehand out wide. A lot of swing in the step, and he's playing a little bit wider here. This is the traditional route. Has plenty of distance. Now he's got this tricky uphill, low ceiling approach, 330 left. Yeah, Calvin taking this one up the middle as well. Catching the last tree, preventing him from ground play. He's going to have a pretty tricky lie. Might actually go with his second forehand of the round.
Thank you, Nate. And Carlson next on the tee.
That shot was so good from Gannon. I mean, it's just so aggressive to play towards that mandatory tree. Like he's talking about the oh wow,
I thought he was
laying down the roller. What an exquisite throw from Linus Carlson. That makes the birdie so much more in play. That is awesome, just really cutting the distance in a big way.
Let's roll back a Zuka replay of this awesome roller from Carlson.
And that's such an aggressive play as well. I mean, look at how flat he throws this and just trusts his disc to stand up but not overturn, because that out of bounds line is very much in play. That is a very, very fine, very well executed roller there. I mean, I'm struggling to come up with words. It's so risky to do it.
Gibson for par on 15.
Very well done for Drew.
Maintaining his share of the lead.
Once again, another player with an early tree hit, just like Alden on 15, and scrambling for the par. It's a tough hole to birdie.
It's kind of the case in FPO this morning. We had a huge stack up, and it's kind of just doing it again.
Yeah, I was checking in, and I saw that 3 under for one point. There was like 5 or 6 players at that log jam. Oh, just kind of running away a little bit.
Isn't she amazing?
She's I mean, you know who else is amazing? Juliana Korver. Just
Yeah,
the
man.
players in their 40s and 50s still kicking butt. It's just awesome to see.
That's right.
As a player who's reaching his 40s in a few years, I'm rooting for them a little extra hard.
You got plenty of years left in that body, Germ.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that I'm not a year and a half from turning 40.
That was not great from Adam. Very low release into the hill. McMahon, tee of 13. A very good tee shot needed to even think about birdie.
Oh, yeah, this is... You can't ask much more from a player than to try to squeeze a birdie out of hole 13. This is just one of the tallest tasks in the state of Oregon to birdie this hole.
It looks like he got a little...
A little roll action back to the left side, which is what you don't want.
Second for Calvin after the unfortunate late tree.
Still possible with a really well-thrown forehand to get a look.
You called the forehand a minute ago. He goes to it?
Yeah, absolutely. And a look from 35 feet coming.
The wind has been picking up lately, huh? Nate, how's it feel on this green in particular?
Actually, this green's pretty protected, but there's 10 to 15 miles per hour more wind than there was 3 hours ago.
Gotcha. Yeah, we're definitely seeing that come into play. Look at Drew Gibson now on the tee of 16.
And Drew also playing for the turnover, just like we saw with Alden earlier. This gets pretty good distance there. That was a nice shot. Card appreciating it.
Buhr will throw his second after that fantastic tee shot. Really kind of breaking the hole a little bit, Germ.
Yeah, that
was
approach,
cool.
The drive. You can't really imagine this hole being played much better.
I don't think I've seen anybody take that route before.
I know. I haven't either. I've seen a few players try the Linus Carlson route before,
yeah.
But Anthony Barella. going the low route on 13. Does this stay in the air?
Oh, it's
it does. Oh, Ian.
Oh my.
Oh my. Yikes.
He beat the Mando off the tee.
That is absolutely disgusting. What a throw from Anthony.
Jona Heinonen on the tee of 17.
Jona,
thank you.
Yeah. That was high, but holding the turn. Jona's got so much power. That's
Harris range out there.
Yeah.
That's a layup all day, isn't it?
Oh, 100%. That's 65 feet away. I don't think you're running that putt.
From a Finn to a Swede, Carlson and his second after that roller.
Short ferry ride across the sea. After getting that much distance, you'd hope that he'd have kind of an easy pitch up, but you don't really get those on tour. No. Even that drive, as aggressive as it was, still have to make a good approach. Linus up again here. Jump putt coming.
95-footer. Well, honest effort.
We've seen Linus play pretty well, and he's still at 1 under. That just shows you how difficult it is to get a bunch under par. 7 under par, that is just a fantastic score for all those players up there. I think the East Course will play a little more under par, is my prediction, but we'll just see how the weather holds out for the weekend with the wind and
looking like possible rain on Sunday.
In Oregon?
Nah. Heimburg for birdie.
Just driven into the cage, never really had a chance.
Hammis for par. At least when it rains in Oregon, it's usually just rain and not lightning. You know, it's not a tournament canceling type of rain.
Yeah, that's true. Yep. And the ground absorbs the water. It's used to it. It knows. And it's like, all right.
It's had a lot of practice.
What are you going to throw at me that I haven't seen before? Come on, bring it. Yeah, just fantastically played. Hole 10 for Gannon. This is going to get him 1 shot shy of our cluster at the lead.
And only 10 holes through the course.
With a bogey.
With a bogey. Also a sweet eagle. That putt was amazing.
That was incredible.
From the knee.
From the knee, yeah.
McMahon throwing 2 on 13.
Pretty common spot. A lot of players find themselves in this place here. Just, you don't want to go too far through this gap. Got to be skipping left with hyzer. And look at that. That was a beautiful shot. Still pushing it close to that OB line.
That's Ben Callaway with a birdie putt on 17.
Oh!
From the fairway.
That's from that range that we said, oh, yeah, Yona's definitely laying up.
Yeah.
Ben Callaway said, not me, man. What a shot. Up to the mound.
Quick peek at your scores. There's only 2 numbers in that top 10 for German.
Yeah, I mean, it goes down to what I just looked at a moment ago. 14 players.
Within 1 of
14 players either at 7 or 6 under.
Wow. Incredible stuff. And hole 11 is brought to you by One Shot Energy. Elevate your game without all the fillers and fake junk. One Shot is low sugar, prebiotic, vegan-friendly, and plant-based. Naturally sweetened candies are infused with caffeine, nootropics, vitamins, minerals, soothing ingredients, and more.
This hole has basically 2 plays. You've got the down the middle, maybe a mid-range, maybe a fairway driver flip-up shot, and there's also the early force over flex forehand play that opens up to a lot less trees if you get through the initial tighter gap right off the tee. There's one low-hanging branch that's kind of in the way with the forehand if you choose that route. But if you do execute a good tee shot for the first 15 to 20 feet, I think the forehand play is preferred if you have that shot in the bag. But the straight shot is the prettiest shot in the game. And I'm kind of biased to seeing someone throw that dart just right through all those trees. That just creates such a beautiful, perfect fairway. Like you mentioned earlier, just very pure park-esque.
This is coming from the man with the prettiest hyzer flip forehand in the game.
You?
Oh, shush.
No, I don't even really attack this down the middle anymore. I prefer the flex play. Yeah, but it is so rewarding when you just pass each gate of the trees that presents itself. It's a beautiful hole.
AB throwing 2 on 13. You saw the drive. It was
my gosh.
Unbelievable.
You've never seen anyone play for birdie with the second shot thrown that soft.
And throwing a putter?
Bullseye. Come on, Anthony. You're breaking my brain with that.
How many holes has AB thrown the best shot a hole has ever seen? You know? It's
he's
not a small list.
I was just talking to Nate about this the other day. It used to be we'd just call out, well, first of all, let's get to Drew Gibson's birdie and the solo lead on hole 16 after that great flex drive we saw down the middle. Put together such a solid round, and
that's
8 under.
Crazy impressive. Took a minute, but we got a solo leader once again, and Drew Gibson out in front. A couple holes left to grab a stroke, and I feel like his chances to grab at least one of those probably.
A 9 under round out here would be just incredible. Let's see if he can do it.
I believe that is the course record as well.
You could even get to 10 if he gets them both.
Buhr also on pace to smash that course record.
As I was saying earlier, I was talking to Nate about how we used to call out, there's one player who got an eagle in the field. Who could it possibly be? Oh, it's Garrett Gerthy again.
Oh, okay.
And so the new age Garrett Gerthy is the Anthony Barella. But yeah, the way he approaches the game is just so fun to watch.
Heimburg.
Oh.
Wow.
Okay. Oh, it's all the way up there. Calvin seemingly missing his line a bit left.
Was that, Nate, was that a kick or did that get some crazy late flip for Calvin?
Had to be a kick.
No, definitely a kick there. An unfortunate one to push forward like that.
Carlson next on the box. Looks like that one got burned over on him.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you step forward over these ropes, you must be being pulled up your
McMahon on 13, his third.
That's well played.
Yeah, McMahon also on a really nice pace. Gibson, T of 17. Doesn't really hook up in time.
I think it's cleared. It
looks
appears.
safe, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of space there. I mean, it's the only OB that you're worried about, aside from the initial OB there is a green, a golf green behind the basket about 40 feet.
Okay.
Oh,
the easiest birdie that hole has ever seen. Well, after the drive anyway. No one can throw that drive.
But it's just not. This is not a hole where you think that a drive can break a hole. Like one single shot isn't enough on 13. You need an amazing second shot. One single shot just broke that hole. That tee shot was ridiculous.
On 11, Buhr throwing 2. This is a 90-footer for birdie. Gosh.
Wow, such a good effort.
Not off.
Look at
by
that
much.
chain height, smooth and controlled, had a chance to go in and stays 11 feet behind the basket after the miss. That's what you want.
Carlson just a couple feet closer at 88.
That's how you get repeatable results from that distance, where a couple bonus birdies are made per tournament, and that could be what separates the winner from the losers at the end.
Carlson from way downtown.
This guy's fighting harder than any other player. What a putt.
From the fairway goes Carlson. He's had a bunch of crazy good makes.
4 of them I can think of.
Yeah.
I love the angle out of the hand. Just controlling the anhyzer, forcing it right away, letting the putter flatten itself out. Oh, that is nasty. That is such a fun putt to make.
I love the flex putt. You know, I feel like they're on the chain playing a long time at the end. Heimburg for birdie.
I loved it. I love it. Just, that's the thing Calvin has got to remind himself he's got to do. Just get it in the air. Yeah. He naturally wants to put a little nose down on his putt angle, and if he doesn't get it above the basket 2 or 3 feet from that range, it doesn't have a chance. At that time, he really predicted it well, took his time, lined it up, solid delivery.
You can see he really wanted that one.
He really did, yeah.
Buhr and Hammis in for pars. Nice birdie by Heimburg, gets the 4 down. (14) Barella, after the incredible birdie. Hates this. Did he miss the Mando? No, he made it. Big miss. I guess the farther you throw, the bigger you miss.
It's kind of a weird, it's like, it's just out of even Anthony's forehand range. Oh, no, it's not 435, by the way.
What is it? It's like
I lasered
5?
it yesterday to like 520.
I mean, the Drew Gibson roller goes a lot longer than 435.
Yeah, it's not, there's no way on earth it's 435 feet. I don't believe that for a moment.
McMahon.
Because if it was 435, Anthony would have just thrown a forehand with a Raptor.
Yeah, totally.
maybe a Venom.
Eagle punches it, but it's way too low, isn't it? Oh, I guess not that bad.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Flying 12 before our feature card gets here.
And yeah, look at these double routes here. It's just perfect. I mean, you got just enough space on the left and just enough space on the right for the flex play. And it's just so fun because you can see the perfect alleyway to the pin right down the middle, even though no person in the field would ever try attacking that straight shot. But I like that the drone is flying down this left side here, because this is the route I think is a little bit wider, and also you don't have a mandatory tree that you have to beat on this side. If you kick left, you're fine. You're in the fairway. It's a pretty wide open approach to the pin. But once again, this is just another one of these holes where the Dougie Furballs, man, they humble you.
Calvin has the box. The wind looks like it is increasing.
Oh, man. The height didn't look to be a problem. Just got hung up in the wind.
Barella throwing 2 on 14.
A valiant effort from 100 plus.
Yep. Back to 12 for Carlson.
Linus also electing to go with the super wide forehand route that we saw Ricky try earlier. I feel like you're adding 75 feet of power by having to go all hyzer as opposed to forcing the flex down the middle, but he nearly gets pin high.
Gibson on 17 wants no part of the Kevin Jones mound. It will lay up.
The worst name for the mound, but it is so appropriate and so inappropriate simultaneously.
Sorry. I'm a big KJ fan too.
Oh, who isn't, right? He's just impossible to not root for him.
Buhr with a gem. Wow.
Keeping it going. Probably unimpressed somehow about it, but it was a fantastic shot nonetheless.
That's an accurate statement, Jerm. McMahon for birdie. You saw the drive. The putt chains out. Oh. That was a hanger too. I thought about it. There's a Gibson par. He is on to 18 with a lead. Can he bring it home? You'll find out on the other side of this break. We'll be right back. Just quick 60. Heimburg, a fairway of 12. Got Calvin at a $118 for this birdie bid.
I guess we'll call it a birdie bid. It's his second throw on a par 3. Just hoping to get through the trees. Yeah, he made it. He turned it into a birdie bid.
I think the best layup there was a putt at the basket almost. You know, where the trees were?
Yeah.
It was weird.
Right. There's no risk in trying to make it. You're not going to go that far past from coming up that short.
Yeah. And a few moments ago, Adam Hammis had some crazy reaction. Hits the tree 15 feet away, and
absolutely bizarre.
It's going to come back, right? No.
Is that out of bounds?
It looks in, doesn't it? It was out.
Oh, the line is
line there.
Oh my gosh!
Wow.
What a weird result. You just wouldn't have ever imagined an early release forehand to get through all the trees and then to stand up and just slow roll, pin high, 80 feet out of bounds. What a tough break there for Hammis.
Carlson just banged one from 90 feet. This one?
His putter's been awesome this round.
He's in circle 2.
Oh, another great run. Just a little low.
Yeah. There's Gannon Buhr walking to his birdie putt. This to get within 1 of the lead.
Yeah, he's good at disc golf, turns out. Turns out.
We'll have 6 strokes, 6 holes to grab a stroke and a share of the lead. Hammis for bogey. Man, Adam's been fighting today, man. I'm really impressed with
yeah,
this round, despite the weird things that have happened to him.
That just even par as a score, you can find yourself out in so many different ways. Playing well and not quite taking advantage of it, or playing poorly and then finding a few good birdies.
Calvin to clean up par. And we'll play through the rest, but you won't miss a thing.
Edge is a nationally recognized 501c3 charitable organization.
What we do is we empower the teachers with complete programming along with the equipment and a standardized curriculum. So you have a one-stop shop for teachers and youth educators. That's really what Edge is. It makes everything simple for the teacher to get involved with disc golf.
If we want disc golf to be recognized, we need to introduce disc golf to the youth. And if nothing else, they've got a healthy game that they can enjoy with their families throughout the rest of their lives.
The 2024 Prodigy Signature Series are here. The Signature Series explores the evolution of flight. Get yours March 22nd on ProdigyDisc.com and at your local retailer.
My name is Garrett Gerthy, and I'm the founder of Double G Craft Jerky.
I love the fact that it's resealable. I can just get a little bit, keep my energy levels up, but not eat like a half of a meal in the middle of my round.
My favorite bag is the smashed cracked pepper. That's my perfect salty snack.
This is my go-to, the Saxon Sweet and Spicy. If this bag gets open, there's no need for the seal, because I'm gonna eat it all.
Early bird tickets. Available June 1st.
You will find Drew Gibson on the tee of 18 in with a 1-stroke lead.
Very low release. Does it get? Oh no, it'd be hard to achieve birdie from here. But if he goes roller on the second shot and gets hyper aggressive, I think birdie's still in play. But I don't know if it's necessary.
It doesn't feel like it, right? This early in the tournament. McMahon is second on 15. Great tee shot, right, Jim?
It must be. I mean, he's going for the green.
Oh! Are you
almost taking an eagle on one of the hardest holes in the course. Oh my God, Ian.
I wonder if he even knows.
Oh, that sound must have been heard. Oh, yeah, he knows. He knows. I mean,
wow. At least it's sat, you know?
Wow, what a shot.
Back to 13's tee for Buhr. Oh, he's putting a move on this one.
He is, and it's just such a different take than what we saw with AB.
And Perk, we just saw a huge tee shot from Buhr. He doesn't seem super happy, though. Is the position not great down there?
Yeah, he's in the cluster of firs over on the right, and I think he just sees that he's not going to have a window. I don't even think he can advance too far up the fairway. Unfortunate after hitting, a 500-foot drive.
Heimburg.
That is so good, Calvin. That is good. Heiser's back into the wood line a little bit, but I think we should fly this hole right now. Yeah, so the tee shot, you have this low ceiling here, which so few players are going to elect to go under, but we saw Anthony Barella just throw the drive of the weekend with this one. A lot of players are going to go for this big high anhyzer, and then really what you're trying to do is just get down somewhere where you're in line with this gap that you're seeing at the bottom of the hill here. You want to make sure that you avoid going left because there is a mandatory on the left side of this fairway, but the best drives are going to land in about 50 to 60 feet, and we're going to stop right about here where a lot of the good drives land. From here, players are looking out on the right side fairway, and they're trying to play a hyzer skip over the out of bounds line. Very few times you're ever going to see a player in this actual narrow section of the fairway going through the Douglas firs in order to try to get the birdie. It's such a rare thing to see. We saw Anthony Barella absolutely break the hole, but you're not going to see many other players ever get 600 feet off the tee like that and then just have a 280-foot approach. But here's Anthony Barella's.
This is past the Mando.
To force over the anhyzer and have it drift. I mean, it hits the gap. Now watch this thing just like hit a sheet of ice and just shoot forward. This actually does find that little tight, narrow fairway down the tree line.
Now, speaking of Barella, live with AB on 15's fairway with his second.
And just check the stats. Hole 15 is indeed the hardest hole on the course. Anthony almost draws a little medal himself.
We saw Drew Gibson's drive. It was not great on 18, throwing his second now. Does he get aggressive with the roller? No.
Yeah, well, he's got enough power that he can air it to a decent spot, but it's going to require a Herculean effort to get some birdie. I just don't think it's necessary for him.
He doesn't need a stroke that bad right now,
right?
right?
I think he nearly guarantees himself a spot on the lead card with an 8 under. I mean, yeah, he does. There's not enough players that can overtake that.
Blaine flying us up the fairway with our Flight Factory drone.
That limb is brutal. It really does put you in a spot where you want to throw the anhyzer, and you're going downhill off the tee. That being said, you do see a lot of players overturn, find themselves getting through the Douglas fir line into the out-of-bounds fairway. And then you also find a lot of players over here to the left, like we're seeing right now, and then just throwing a forehand roller trying to get around the mandatory. That was actually a really nice shot from Adam.
Yeah.
Oh, it needs to come back in bounds, though. And it doesn't. He didn't get it going left enough.
I think that would have no problem curling. Did anything funny happen there, Nate? Or was that just a poor shot by Adam?
I liked the line. I think he just threw it a hair too fast, and it didn't have anything to slow it down with that short grass. Didn't have enough time to curl back.
And the flip side, the one player has to make the mandatory with a flick roller, and then Linus Karlsson finds out of bounds on the other side of the fairway. Just like, I mean, I didn't even know that happened, but that's the two most common mistakes that you see on 13.
So Linus is trying to give himself the best possible angle. Look how close he's putting his mini. Or maybe he's going to give himself a little bit of room. No, he wants to keep it as close to the OB line as possible to try to somehow salvage the par, perhaps.
Is that in play still, you think?
With a big shot, possibly. It looks like he got pretty far down the fairway before he goes out of bounds. Yeah, it's definitely possible. The way he's been putting, I like his chances to save the par. I mean, that would be huge. That would be absolutely huge to save a par with an OB shot here on 13.
Gannon Buhr and his second coming up. Nate, what are you seeing for Buhr down there?
Yeah, it's a really bad spot. He doesn't have the hyzer. He has a cluster of 5 furs right in front of him. I think the best he's going to do is advance, 300 feet up the fairway and keep it safe but near the OB on the right side.
Getting a look at the Buhr's line now. Flex forehand up through the gap, it looks like.
Yeah, the only other option would be that's got to be the play. I'm trying to think if there's any way that you could land an accurate, powerful flick roller with a flippy disc. It just doesn't seem like that's asking for too many things to go right.
Yeah, Nate called it. Nothing doing there. We've got a birdie putt for Gossage on 15.
Come on.
Hey, look.
What a putt.
Aaron's relevant again. Look at this. He gets the 5 down.
I'm telling you, that one stretch, he'd be at 8 under with pars.
Yeah.
Be at 8 under.
Let's roll back Azuka from this huge make from Gossage.
That was a sweet effort there. Almost a full flex from 55 feet getting through the trees.
Some highlights on 15 from that card.
Yes, seriously. They're about to play the hardest hole in the course at 3 under par.
Wow.
That's awesome.
Heimburg drive was huge. What do you make of his position here, Nate?
Yeah, he's also a little pinched, and he's actually going to his third forehand of the round here. He's got to throw with the hips open. He's going 12 speed. He's got an open lane here if he can keep it turning for most of the flight.
A little overcooked for the forehand effort from Calvin. That's a highly technical shot.
Third for Gibson. Birdie in play, I guess, huh?
Wow, that got through more of the tree line than I thought initially. Wow.
With you. Uh-oh. Oh, my. Got away with that one, though, Germ. Skipping over the OB.
What does Philo say? That just knurled its way over the line?
It sure did.
Oh, my goodness.
McMahon almost carded the eagle. Grabs the birdie instead.
Man, that would have been just so cool. It was so cool, but it would have been just even cooler than cool.
That's a Barella birdie as well. He is starting to heat up, too. That slow middle really gets him.
Normally, this part of the course is the slow part, but yeah, the middle is, I mean, the whole course is tricky.
Yeah. Buhr's third after pitching out to here.
I think he might have that one. Very well done.
Gibson with a birdie look on 18 from 50. Is there any danger on that side, Drew?
I think he's got a green light. They just don't roll. Yeah, that's fine.
Drew,
I don't understand that.
You had a great round, man.
Fantastic. I just wanted more.
You
I think
did.
once he got to the place where he had his third shot into the green on 18, I think he just expected to do a little bit better.
Yeah.
But yeah, 8 under for Drew Gibson. Stellar round.
Heimburg in his third. We're putting Calvin at a $185 into the pin.
Going forehand again. Oh, look at that. Finds a little window. Now roll up into the bullseye. Calvin will walk away 13 with a par on the second hardest hole in the course.
Hole 16, McMahon. 2 off the lead, 3 to go.
It's a bit high. Does it find a way through the ceiling? It makes its way over there into deep C2.
And Drew to get off the course with the hot round and be your clubhouse leader. That's your end of a hot round right there by Drew Gibson.
Currently 1063 rated.
Not too shabby. Thanks to Friends at Innova sponsoring the hot round.
I feel like it's underrated at 1063 personally. And it's a tough course, and the wind has been pretty gusty all day. There's been different pockets that have been a little bit more annoying than others, of course, but certainly a good round.
And there are the rest of your Innova hot rounds today, aka the leaderboard. Bradley Williams, how about that? I didn't notice that one.
Yeah, a lot of players in that cluster. I mean, you get all the way down to 16th place for just 6, 7, and 8 under par. Yeah, good bogey save.
Have seen zero quit in that man's game today.
I mean, he's putting a Band-Aid on
despite the weird reactions and
totally.
Yeah. That's a Heimburg par.
That's a tough thing to put your after that drive kind of like fades out left on your tee on 13. It's a really tough thing getting into good, decent position to save the par from there. I liked the idea of the forehand roller, just a little bit too much power on it. Paid the price. Eagle for that long birdie look. This is a solid effort. No layup there.
Nope. Flashes chains on the way in. He'll have that left for par. It's kind of starting to settle in. What do you make of this, Jeremy?
I mean, like we said, it's just a lot of players up at the top. The cluster is solid. I mean, we didn't even really talk much about Jona Heinonen. Incredible effort today with his 7 under, but just so many players just really navigating the course and eliminating the unnecessary bogeys. Getting a lot of birdies, a lot more than I thought they would be getting. 8 under is a fantastic round for Drew Gibson. He also had a bogey, but yeah, it's been great golf to watch today. And I mean, we were so close to seeing an all-season type of highlight with Eagle McMahon's second shot on the hardest hole in the course at 15.
We are flying hole 14, Drew.
Yeah, again, it says 435, but I'm telling you, it's not. We got those low ceiling gap through here. There is a mandatory forcing you to go down through these trees, and it sets up really well for the backhand roller. We've moved the basket from years past being up the hill where the FPO play to as a par 4. Now it's just a little bit shorter and down to the right. And yeah, if you can air down here, it's a very Calvin Heimburg type of air shot with a low ceiling screamer, but a lot of other players are going to be going backhand roller. Don't think it's quite in range for anyone's forehand.
Buhr.
He's one of the players that does have the skill. Man, that is a cool disc flying. Wow, this is so beautiful. Past the basket. I mean, he's just hoping we could play last year's pin. That's up the hill. That was so zipped. It just doesn't like it. Shaking the head.
I didn't think that was possible.
That was a great throw.
Heimburg.
Is it 435? I'm doing some research today.
It might be. I mean, those look like 430-foot shots.
We must have just missed this tee in our practice round.
Yeah.
This tee must have just been hiding.
And Drew Gibson is your tournament leader, also in the clubhouse with our very own Brian Earhart. All yours, Brian.
All right, joining us in the clubhouse, Drew Gibson, 8 under par effort on the first round. How you feeling about that number, Drew?
I feel like I've put together a round, and that's all I can really ask for. You know, I mean, had a bit of struggles this year, especially the first round. So to get out there and see the putter go in the basket and throw some good shots is really my only goal.
Talk about this season in general. Where are the strokes being bled? I mean, we're used to seeing you up there towards the top. What's it been this year?
I think if it's not one thing, it's another. If it's not the thing, it's the next thing. So it's all there. I've been like saying that, you know, on my YouTube channel or on Instagram, like, hey, like it's not that far away, but you know, you keep hearing that and you keep seeing 60th place. It becomes hard to believe even for myself. But you know, there's a lot of this tournament left, and you know, I'm just happy to showcase some of the skill that I know is in there and get back to hopefully being in contention and shooting rounds that at least have me playing for something on Sunday.
Definitely. 8 under par, pretty solid round, obviously. Currently in first place. Do you feel like 8's the one that's going to do it tomorrow on the West Course, or do you think someone's going to have to crack into the double digits?
To be honest, the way everyone's been playing this year is so hit or miss. I mean, if it's windier, then, you know, 8's probably pretty good. If there's no wind, then I could see someone shooting 12 or 13, because I know I could have shot 12 today, and it's a pretty windy day. So, you know, it's hard to try to guess what's going to happen tomorrow. Who knows if I'll even be on lead card or, you know, how this is all going to shake out. There's a lot of great players on the course. So hopefully, if I'll just go 8, 8, 8, 8, whatever that does to me, I'll be pretty happy.
Not too shabby of a weekend. Drew, thanks for your time. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Brian and Drew, for that.
Yeah, I think 3,200 will take this thing down.
Barella, tee is 17.
That is so close to perfection. Just want to hit that hill and just stop and just crest it just barely, but still a good shot inside the circle.
On the same, McMahon.
If you get to overturn, you can find OB. I don't know if that cleared.
No update yet. Did you see any flags moving?
No.
That's usually good
know,
then, right? We'll let you know when we know.
I mean, we've checked in on that hole a bunch. When we did our last check-in hole, hole 16 at DDO, the last tournament we worked together, is every shot was OB. This time, 17, a very, very tricky hole. We've only seen people safe on it, and I'm impressed with the field's work on that hole.
Buhr coming back down the hill for birdie. They're throwing this thing 500 feet, Jerm.
Maybe. I don't know what the distance is on this hole. It might be a 500-foot shot. It might be a 460-foot shot.
I'm going to go watch your practice round now and see where you guys played from.
Well, I want to ask Nate Perkins what he thinks the hole is. Gannon Buhr, it doesn't matter. He's done it in 2 shots. Nate, how far is this hole? Can you clarify this for me, please?
Yeah, I think it's 440 feet. And I actually want to throw a little story out there. The PD that Gannon just went up the hill past the basket with, that's a fresh one. He left his seasoned PD that he's been throwing all year, Pier Park hole 17, and it got swooped.
Ooh. Okay, first off, I don't like how you said it was 440. Okay. Secondly, thank you for the insight on the PD. But I believe you, and I will change my tune on the distance that is marked here on hole 14.
Heimburg to get to 5 and within 3 of the lead. Speaking of lead, Gannon Buhr is there, isn't he?
Yeah, and he's got 4 holes to play. No easy birdies, though, and that's the thing. We've seen a lot of players get to the marks that they finished with right about this point in the round. It's really hard to find another birdie in these next 4.
Looking for a beat-up yellow first run PD? Oh, my goodness.
Good luck to you, brother.
Yeah. I think I might actually have one.
Oh, that's weird.
It looks just like that one, too.
That's incredible. Yeah, the disc that he just threw off the tee is
pretty spot on.
It's very similar.
Yeah.
Oh, I hope
maybe,
that
did he
message,
get it back? That's like...
You need a snack or anything?
I just got a clone.
Well, I hope that this message is seen by the right person and somebody does the right thing and returns this man's tools. I mean, we are carpenters, and these are our tools for
Stealing Tiger Woods 7-iron, man.
You don't want to do that.
No.
It's not good.
One more look at this Buhr drive.
Yeah, that is gorgeous. Yeah, that's like nearly the same exact die. It's pretty incredible. From the picture we saw there, it looked like that was a little bit more on the yellow heavy.
Yeah, it was.
A little tiny bit of red peeking out on one side, but
it's a good facsimile, though.
Oh gosh, discs that are just dyed half and half, they just create the coolest look in flight. Also, Eagle did come up short, out of bounds.
Oh no, throwing 3.
That's going to drop him back to 5 under.
Yeah. Drive turn on him just a little too much.
So we will not see an Eagle McMahon on lead card in round 2 with just 1 hole to go.
Looking back up the fairway of 15 and Gannon Buhr on the box.
Got to get this moving so far right if you want to have any chance to go for the birdie. I just still can't believe we saw 3 birdies in our second group. That is incredible. Looks great. Getting a lot of distance. Didn't continue moving right, but I still think that's in attack range for Gannon. I got to think he's going to be shooting for 9 under here.
Heimburg next. Calvin 3 off the lead. A chance to grab a share. Enough holes left anyway.
Yeah, we kind of glossed over his nice birdie he just picked up in the last hole.
This should finish right.
Yeah, this is moving right, and it's a little burned over. Didn't quite get the full flex out of it. We're going to have to fly this hole and kind of talk about this hole here. So we're going through the double mandatory here, and we got this row of Douglas firs once again, and you kind of have a long route before you can start making the disc force over to the right. But right here, you start getting the disc moving out to this right side of the fairway, moving out here, and then you're just really trying to get as far and right as possible. And once you get to a certain place where the footing is decent, which is right about here, if we stop it right about here, this is where you have about 410 feet to the green. Now, if you decide to go for it, then you're risking this out of bounds area, not the golf green, which is also out of bounds, of course, but this area up here where the grass is tall. This is where so many shots fail to clear that last little bit. It's not just 430 feet or 410 from that range back there where the good drives land. It's uphill 430. Then it really plays tricky. Once you do clear that grass, it looks like they've actually made the green a little bit smaller this year. It is such a tight landing zone. Basically what you're trying to do is hit these trees right at the green and give yourself just some look if you're trying to play for the aggressive birdie.
A live look down at 15's fairway from our Fly Factory drone.
It is a tall task around some tall trees.
Agreed.
Played by some tall people.
There you see the basket tucked in between those trees.
It's just a beautiful look here.
Let's jump ahead to 17. Barella has a birdie look. This will grab 2 strokes on McMahon.
Oh, and finds left side chains, falls out. Just hasn't quite gotten onto that trajectory of a great round. Anthony's been flirting with it, had some slow periods of the round, but I just don't think I'll forget that drive on 13 for a long time. That was just incredible.
McMahon now for bogey.
Sends it home.
Eagle now 4 off the lead. Three, excuse me. Gossage on the tee of 8. Looks like he might be waiting for the fairway to clear. Gossage 5 down. Has a clean back 9 with 4 birdies.
Looking to get some redemption from the 2023 result. It's going to take some good effort, but we've got 3 more rounds once he finishes this hole. A lot of golf this weekend here at Glendoveer Golf Course.
Is he going to lay down a roller?
I like the roller. Pending the wind, I think the roller has got a lot of good things going for it. Getting through these trees with an air shot is quite tricky with the low ceiling and the close proximity between each one of these Douglas firs. Roller's just a little bit skinnier as it's getting through those gaps. So if you lay this thing down, you can find yourself 500 feet off the tee. So he's going with a pretty stable disc too, man.
Oh,
that looks.
Look at that cut. Oh, did it find a tree? Yeah, it hit a tree.
Yeah, pretty common. But what was uncommon was the zest behind that shot. That thing was moving, Ian. That thing gets through. We're looking at something real special.
I think this is AB's roller disc. Do you know?
If it isn't, he needs to throw that green one he threw in hole 1. That thing just rolled over on him immediately.
Nope.
He's just going air shot. I think this is the same disc he threw on 13.
Oh, I gotcha.
The amount of, oh yeah, he gets the gap through. Oh, buddy.
You liking that one?
Yeah, I mean, a lot to like.
Yeah, that's for sure. Back to 15 for Buhr and his second. Let's check the range on this one. Buhr, 480 to the pin.
480?
That's what we've got him at.
I chihuahua. Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Let's check out a little Flight Factory replay. Thanks to them for sponsoring this.
Yeah, we've got 9 under lockdown.
You can head over to flightfactorydisc.com, grab some Calvin Heimburg gear. They are the home of that.
Yeah, and we've got a shot that needs to get moving. Oh, it just does. It's not just the uphill nature of the shot. It's the uphill run up on the throw that makes this second shot after good drives so tricky. Gannon and Calvin both battling a very similar thing there with their shots, and just incredible.
What a check up there for Heimburg. You see that?
Yeah, incredible. Flight Factory drone capturing the action beautifully there.
McMahon on the tee of 18.
McMahon on 18.
AB-esque if it misses. It
gets through. Yeah, it's on the other side of the trees, and that's all you're really trying to do.
That's enough.
The difference between a great shot and an okay shot is just a matter of, did you get through the trees? I mean, and that's kind of the boo-boo thing about hole 18 in that way. There's just so many small gaps, but it is still a fun hole to play.
There was Adam pitching over to the green on 15. Looks like he had a...
Adam's gonna need to change things around if he wants to repeat as champion, and he's found himself in a pretty big hole with Gannon about to tap in his birdie putt to get to 9 under.
And he's putting for bogey, right?
Yes.
So we might be waiting for Carlson. Yes, we are.
Now, all the fun shots we've seen from Linus, again, 1 under. And that just shows you, like, you have to be next level. You can't just be good. You have to be stellar. And I don't want to say flawless, because you get a little tiny wiggle room for some mistakes, but you can't just you cannot have lulls without pockets of birdies. It stretches where you're getting 2-3 birdies in a row.
The level is crazy high these days, Jerm.
It's hard to keep up with, man. I love it, and I hate it simultaneously.
Carlson is still out.
Yep. Not necessarily as far away as you'd like to be for your par putt, but still quite manageable. Especially when the whole group is waiting for you. Yeah, good delivery.
Good fun.
Heimburg will line up his birdie putt. So we'll keep Calvin 3 behind the lead of Buhr.
Good birdie. That gets him into that cluster of 6s, 7s, and 8s.
And Buhr for the solo lead and a share of the course record. Count it. We're going to play through the rest. We'll be back in a bit.
What is the simplest way to improve your disc golf game? The answer, learn from the very best. Paul Ulibarri, Simon Lizotte, Ezra Aderhold, and Holland Hanley. They're not just players, they are your elite coaches guiding you every step of the way. The Power Disc Golf Academy is the premier online disc golf academy with over 150 on-demand lessons that are specifically designed to improve your skills right now. So what are you waiting for? Join today at powerdga.com.
Jonathan. Wow!
Jonathan! Skulle du visa?
Hi. Yeah, check this pad out.
I think you should use your wrist a little bit more.
I know.
Is he okay?
Nah, he's fine.
With a big rock and mountain.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
I'm David Wiggins, and in 2016, I set the disc golf world distance record with a throw of 1,108 feet. Whether I'm out in the field measuring a max distance throw, or on the course checking the elevation change for an upshot, I rely on the Eagle Secret 360 to give me accurate distances. It's the only rangefinder on the market that measures in feet, yards, and meters. It's USB-C rechargeable and features a lithium-ion battery. Visit EagleSecret360.com to get yours today.
Brought back by popular demand. Z-Lite plastic from Discraft. Disc that you already know and love, now available in lighter weights. Z-Lite, more distance with less effort.
What's up, guys? It's Ezra Robinson, and I'm here to show you how to use bird sauce from Dirty Birdie. Put a little dab on your fingers or wherever you want grip. Once you fan it, get some air on there. turns to chalk, and this will stay on for 6 to 9 holes. Clips to my bag, super easy, and I don't have to worry about it every single hole.
Buhr, your leader on the TF16. Buhr didn't get the turn he wanted on that drive.
Yeah, didn't get the same flight on that PD as he did on 14, missing the line a bit.
I guess a Heimburg on the box.
More than likely, he'll be staying at 9 under for the time being. Kind of surprising we haven't seen anyone play this right side gap. I think Calvin will be trying to attack this fairway from a different angle. He's trying to push that right side.
Yeah, he was shooting for that right gap, wasn't
Yeah,
he?
and just hits the first thing. If you punch through just that one, you can see how much space there is on that right side. And a lot of shots just filter to the pin from there. Just missed it by maybe just a foot or so.
18, Barella, his second after a huge drive. Everyone just said good stop right there.
A big run up. What is he trying to? Is he trying to like
eagle
get
it?
another eagle look?
Of course he is. He's AB.
But where in the actual is he going? What is he trying to do here?
That gap right of those 2 trees in the middle. Yeah.
Uh-oh. Stay in bounds. Oh no! The curb.
Oh, is it maybe?
The slowest roll ever.
It's on the down.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be out of bounds.
I'll have that left for birdie. Yeah, for birdie.
Yeah, it'll be for birdie from 100 plus.
Gossage lining up his third on 18. Conservative.
Yeah, out of position. You're not trying to challenge that green too much. There's just too many out of bound pockets to find. Left side, long.
He's done a lot of good work lately too. You don't want to throw that away on the last.
Sure. Yeah. He's getting himself back into contention in some sort at 5 under. I think anything 4 under and better is certainly in good position after round 1.
Yeah, I was going to ask you kind of where you think the cut, your germ cut line is.
I think
to be in the mix,
Yeah, I mean, like actual making it to Sunday.
No, more like
just
winning
like
still.
Yeah, I think if you're 4 under, I think that you're in position. I don't think that 3 unders are out of it. I think that if you shoot 3 under in round 1, you still have room to maybe lay down a couple of 9s. Do it. Gannon Burr's done today and just kind of get back in the mix. But yeah, I think you start getting to 7 back. I mean, it's. But then I am reminded of Adam Hammes, who shot 2 under first round last year and then just went blitzkrieg and then ended up pushing to a playoff and winning. So it is not out of the realm of possibility for sure. But I think 4 under is a great number that keeps you comfortably in the mix.
Do you see those course notes about this is the longest course on tour?
I'm not the least bit surprised.
368 feet to get in the Circle 1. That tells you the average hole to park it is 400 feet.
Wow, because the distance is telling me 10,492, which doesn't, it's not.
But it's like
that doesn't seem long enough for how. There's 2 holes 1,100 feet long. How is it only 10,000 feet? It feels so much longer than that.
It does. Buhr has a very long birdie bid. I'd imagine just a layup for par, even from him. He's trying to get comfortable over here.
He's still gunning. I mean, that's aggressive.
He didn't lay that up at all.
But maybe it's one of those situations where it's like, even if you run it, you're not. I mean, like Calvin Heimburg back on 13. It's like, what do you or 12 it was. What are you going to do? You run it towards the pin, and you're just going to stay close.
18's fairway McMahon, his third.
Played the hole very well so far.
It's a little wide for
McMahon.
McMahon.
Not great. Not great.
Circle 2? Yeah. Huh. On the same Gossage, throwing 4. Oh my goodness.
Good effort.
That was scaring that basket. And Barella for birdie. It's like the edge of fairway / circle 2.
It is.
That's fairway.
It's impossible to imagine somebody getting that far in 2 shots on this hole. Even with an out-of-bounds stroke. That's just super silly.
That's a couple times today he's kind of broke our brains in here.
Having an eagle look on hole 6?
The drive,
what he did on 13?
13? Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome watching that.
Adam Hammes with a nice putt. And that was for par.
That was a par putt.
Heimburg also putting for par.
Good par save for Calvin.
We'll keep him 3 behind Buhr, who is also putting for par. Carlson for par. Back to 18. Gossage has a par look.
A good round for Gossage.
It was. Maybe the start to his redemption tournament. We'll find out in about 3 days. Barella in for par again. 5, that's hanging.
Just had everything going from the start for Gossage, and then just ran into, I think, just one bad decision to try to get aggressive on his second or his third shot
on 6
on the par 5-6, and then that shot was just, he didn't need to try to still save a birdie. And just taking the par there would have maybe put him at ease and maybe not put him in that position to take the double bogey on the following hole. But it's all said and done now. 5 under is Aaron's score, and like I said, that's not a bad round to start off with.
We've got 1 card on the course. Calvin, does he have a chance to get into the lead card? I guess he does, right?
Oh, certainly.
Yeah, 2 holes left to go. Yeah,
yeah, decently low PDJ number. I think that it's possible. 45971 PDJ number.
Kind of crazy how young Calvin is, and he's been around so long.
He's been around a long time.
Like, I filmed him at 2015 Worlds out in Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Ended up Paul Macbeth right there, 3 down.
Oh, right outside the cut line of possible to win. Sorry, Macbeth. No, of course.
Does he get an exemption?
Yeah, of course he does. He's the modern era GOAT.
Exactly.
Yeah, he gets, and he could be 3 over, and he'd have the exemption.
Gannon Buhr on the tee of 17. McMahon ran into trouble here.
And Calvin's PDJ number is lower than both Randon Lada and Jona Heinonen, who are sitting atop the 7 unders with an opportunity to play on lead card for round 2.
Here's the flex from the Flight Factory drone.
Yeah, Gannon, they'll have about 45 feet to a putt on a mound for a chance to get to double digits. Crazy.
Heimburg.
It's like the most obvious disc selection of all time.
I thought that was going to go in for a hot second, but oh my goodness.
So perfect. There's no more perfect distance and shot shape than 430 feet for Calvin Heimburg to go uphill through a gap that slightly turns right.
With his favorite fairway?
With his favorite fairway driver. It's just like the most obvious
conclusion to a series of events. Calvin Heimburg in bullseye on 17.
Carlson shaping up nicely as well.
It's got to get going. Oh, it does. Okay.
Nice.
Well done. Well thrown. Inside the circle.
Hammis. Yeah, you and Barsby were kind of carrying that eagle torch for a while, and then Calvin he swooped it from you guys.
I never had the torch. That was a Barsby thing. And Calvin's been throwing the eagle for longer than I've been on Team Innova, so he's
all right.
He's been the man. I got to take another look at Calvin's drive here. This is just gorgeous. Oh, what could you possibly... The only thing he could have possibly done besides being parked is just... No, I can't say going because it never had a chance to either, because that would not have been his intention. His intention was to park it, and that's exactly what he did.
But my goodness, was it tracking?
Yeah, it's just...
And now Calvin's reaction. I bet he just goes crazy.
Oh, he flips out after this.
Cartwheel, backflip.
At least a fist pump. At least a big fist pump. Come on, give us a Tiger Woods 2000 Masters. Hey, okay. A little acknowledgement that somebody really liked it.
That was crowd forced, though, you know?
Yeah, he wouldn't have done that without the...
Yeah,
that was forced for sure.
Hammis, after the early tree, throws his second.
The early tree is kind of your best friend when you kind of shank the tee shot here, because it can stop you safe and give you an opportunity to save the par, but the par save is going to require a 40-foot uphill putt. Only group on the course right now, our feature group. I'm a little bit surprised to see how many people were attacking 17, but the wind direction is so important. If you have a headwind on this hole, it seems just silly to even go for it. But even a crosswind is kind of green light go to go for this one.
Is that what they're dealing with out there on 17 today, Nate?
Yeah, you know, the tee is actually pretty protected. It's in a dense patch of woods. And if there's any wind at all, it's a tailwind over their right shoulder. So somewhat of a helping wind for the tough distance here.
That makes a lot of sense. If this switches to any type of headwind tomorrow, do not expect to see the same kind of success that we've seen all day from the field.
Yeah, I think we do see just one OB drive from McMahon.
That's the only one we've seen.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you there's a ton more out there.
Yeah, no doubt. Gannon has a birdie putt onto the mound.
And hole 17 is playing .28 over par.
Oh, okay.
And I like seeing Gannon change his pace there, just try to give it a soft, feathery run, and not quite high enough, but a good effort.
The second from Hammis rolled into circle 2. This is for par.
Hasn't been Adam's day.
No.
Not that easy.
And the repeat, that door has officially been slammed shut at this point.
3 over after 17 ends here. Yeah. That's a whole host of strokes that Gannon Buhr isn't going to give you. Carlson.
Dude's been fighting all day. I love it. The putters looked really amazing today for Linus.
And welcome into the booth at Glendoveer. Jeremy, it's been a day, man. It's been fun.
It has been a day, and you can see the nature behind us. This is not a green screen. We are out here at Glendoveer, feeling the conditions like the players. Yeah, it does. It's so beautiful, but it has been a chilly day for us sitting here in the booth, but we've enjoyed every bit of it. It's been a fantastic day of golf, and I mean, once again, our feature group, we pick them well, don't we? I mean, we got a opportunity for Gannon Bird to get to 10 under on this course, already tied course record. An opportunity to break the course record with one more hole to go. Drew Gibson with a great round, 8 under. But, I mean, just a bunch of people at the top there. 6 and 7 under is a very popular score today for the players who played well.
Looks like our league card more or less locked in, depending on, Calvin does anything wild.
Right. Yeah, it would be pretty cool. I mean, Brandon Latta and Calvin, good buddies from back there in Florida. It would be an awesome situation for them to play together, and they can really vibe together. And Gannon and Drew, they are very much they keep to themselves when they play disc golf.
Yeah, that's true.
And so it'd be great for the whole card. I mean, the skill that we're going to see in round 2 is going to be incredible, no matter who it is. But yeah, the format this week, we're going to go west, east, east, and there will be a cut after 3 rounds. But, I mean, the only thing I'm hoping for, aside from the continued great action, is just maybe 10 to 15 degrees more temperature tomorrow. That's really all I can ask for.
We can go for it in here. I'm excited to watch Brandon Latta tomorrow, man. He has a whip.
Oh, I'm excited for people to see him, too.
Yeah, we haven't got a good sustained look at him yet this year, I don't think.
And I'm not sure if we've seen him on an Elite Series lead card.
That's a question for Statmando. Let's find out.
I'm excited to see. I'm really excited to see him play tomorrow as well.
The tee of 18, Heimburg.
That'll do. That will do.
Carlson on the tee. His German eye zip up. Get warm again.
And this one is pulled right side. He's asking for it to cut. It does not. That will be a missed mandatory, but see the potential that disc had if it had been aimed correctly. But Linus will be struggling once again and just fighting back and forth. And he needs a birdie to break his own course record. That I did not realize.
Yeah. Shares it with Calvin Heimburg, funny enough.
And fights through the gap. Oh, yeah, he's in the fairway. He's in a really good position now. Now, my only objection to this course record that he's battling for is that this course is a little bit different because they've changed the basket on the hole 14. So I contest that with a par on hole 18 or better, he will have a course record all to himself. He doesn't share with anybody as far as I'm concerned. Oh, and there's also a big change on hole 8. So there's a couple changes on this course.
Adam Hammis just missed the Mando as well.
Okay.
And Jeremy, that makes you technically correct, which is the best kind of correct.
Yes. Yeah, that is the kind of correct.
Nate, they're walking down the fairway. Any final thoughts on the round?
Yeah, the West course is just hard. I mean, it starts off hard, tricky hole 1, hazards everywhere, and then thinking through the course, there's not an easy hole out here. There's really no gimme birdies. Even the technical shots are really difficult and require a lot of precision. And it's hard to predict, like, double-digit scores. So, amazing day for Gannon. Good to see Drew Gibson back up there, and good to see Randon kind of finding that putter and making, I believe, his very first Elite Series lead card.
A long time coming for Randon, for sure. He's been displaying all sorts of immense skill left and right. He's been a great player for a long time, and we often see him achieving great success on the hardest holes, and we just didn't quite see it because he wasn't on the feature card, but we get to see that tomorrow with watching that young man from Florida play.
I love that note from Nate about no bunnies out there.
Oh, they're absolutely.
Like, what's the highest birdie rate on a hole today, Jeremy?
Oh gosh, I mean, you're going to put a lot of pressure on here. Looks like hole 4 had 53% birdies, and hole 7 behind that at 42, but then everything else under that is just kind of a sliver. And that's why you can find yourself out here playing like 13 holes in a row without a birdie. And it just gets so annoying to have that many holes without a look.
This is Carlson, his third after the Mando miss off the tee. It's low.
He grounds that one. That's not a good start to Linus's closing hole.
Man, my heart goes out to these guys. Watch, you know, it's if you've been in this position, you know,
they're
throughout your career, it happened, right? You know,
I mean, Linus's round is not. It's not necessarily a bad round, but I mean, both Linus and Adam are getting it handed to him right now by this extraordinary play from both Calvin and Gannon, two players who more than likely will be on lead card tomorrow.
Yeah. So we've got Calvin 780 to the pin, Buhr 650.
Just once again, it's just like the tee. You just want to pierce through the tree line and get yourself into the open. You don't want to find yourself tucked behind one of these trees with an awkward shot trying to get that last one to the green.
Calvin.
Pick one gap and pierce it. And I expect a good shot here from Calvin. That's fantastic. That is fantastic. Exactly what we were hoping to see there from Calvin.
Are they looking again in Buhr?
Okay, Gannon is going that gap on the right side, and that's a really well thrown second in the open. We've seen a lot of players struggle from that open fairway position on 18. I've been expecting a few more up and downs from that spot there. We'll see if Gannon is able to make the correction and get it done and get to 10 under.
Yeah, those approaches have been loose.
Yeah, and on each side as well, not just always on right side or left side. It's been a little bit of everything.
Adam? So did he make the mandatory?
He did make the mandatory.
Okay, good. I missed that.
When you said he missed the mandatory, I was like, oh, maybe he did. It's not what I saw, but yeah, the
Oh,
big
good.
roller. He's left with a forehand play, and this is too high, I'm afraid. Maybe it gets through. I don't. Not quite sure.
So we got range for Gannon. That came in at 300. Heimburg's at 240. So you'd expect it from that range, right? And then up and down?
Oh, from both of them, yes. Yeah. I certainly would expect it. Oh, so that's why. So Adam went way right, so he had to throw a forehand second shot just to try to make the mandatory, and
okay.
And so he wasn't necessarily in position to get aggressive. Got a lot of distance, just not quite in the right spot. Well, what is Adam left with now, Nate?
Yeah, he's outside 400. I'm going to give him 440 here. A little bit of tailwind over his left shoulder. He's pulling out the radar gun right now. This is that really difficult distance with where this pin is right here. As you said, Jerem, we've seen a lot of people kind of struggle with this up and down.
Thank you, Nate. Thank you for the excellent on-course commentary. Always appreciate that.
Yeah. A quick shout out to my Bushnell crew out there, Josh and Josh, doing a fantastic job today.
And nothing really to lose here. Adam's going to certainly give this his best effort. This looks pretty good. Yeah, fights its way around the tree just outside bullseye. What a shot for Adam Hammis. Looks like he's going to be closing with a birdie.
taking a look at 18. 1,100-foot final hole, 1107. 2 holes over 1,100 feet on this course. Talk about the longest course on tour. I mean, there we go. And you're just trying to lay down a cut roller perhaps to get that extra distance. If not, you're just going to be throwing and just trying to pick one of these gaps and just kind of hoping and praying you get out into this fairway. If you find your second shot in the sun, you have really done something special. And then you just try to do it again on that second shot. Get through these row of trees, find yourself in the next golf fairway over. Get up and down in some way. It's a really fun 18th hole. 18th hole. Third shot coming for Buhr, 300 to the pin.
Excellent drone work there. I thought that was a pre-recorded drone. That was just a nice little flyover.
That's our man Blaine down there doing the good work.
Yeah, 10 under.
Nothing loose about that, Jerm. That was tight.
No, that's Gannon Buhr from 300 feet. Yeah, he's gonna. Any debate about what course record is that's slam shot. We're gonna see a double-digit under par scores today, which is awesome. And does he look impressed with himself? I don't think so. Not one bit.
Gonna beat the field by 2 strokes.
Yep. Unless Calvin
throws this in right
here. Well, Calvin will get to. Oh yeah, I see. Yes, he will because yes, correct. The best Calvin can do is get to 8. Yeah, you're absolutely right. 2-stroke over the field. And that should. Oh, it gets a little extra run out. Sometimes it just go. Velcro themselves close, but Calvin's got just a little bit of work left.
Carlson.
Just a little short pitch left. More than likely will finish his round at 1 under par.
Heck of a fight, though, man.
It's just great to have Linus out here seeing all the highlights he's thrown just for perspective's sake. I mean, I think a lot of times when we just show the best players playing the best disc golf on the hardest courses, you kind of get a little bit jaded as to what's happening out there for the rest of the field. But we kind of got a little bit of that on display today with Adam Hammes and Linus out there just having a little bit of their own different types of struggles.
Buhr finds his drop-in birdie.
And, no player got a 5-hole birdie streak, but Gannon did go 5 under in 4 holes with that eagle putt that he made on back on 4. So, see if any player is able to put together a 5 birdie streak tomorrow. That's a pretty tough thing to do on a course that just continuously challenges you in different ways.
Heimburg has this to say 2 behind Buhr.
Calvin unable to get up and down from 240. That was a dreadful putt.
His worst of the day.
Oh, by far. Yeah. I didn't even hit the cage. He's got to do better than that.
Hammes.
Slightly unfortunate.
Yeah, it was.
And that's a great up and down from Adam.
And Carlson to finish with a bogey. Buhr with a course record and a 2-stroke lead heading into Friday. We'll drop in the birdie.
What a round. What a round for Gannon. Awesome.
Par for Heimburg. Still good enough for the lead card tomorrow, thanks to that PDGA number.
And his score.
Also that.
More importantly, the score.
I guess that helps, yes.
Yeah, to split the tie. We still use PDGA number for that. And I think it's the right way to do it. A little seniority bump.
Yeah.
seen different ways of doing it with the number of birdies on the scorecard.
Oh, I've never seen that before.
Yeah, back in the day before they mandated that it would be PDJ number, the TD could pick any one method, but it had to be consistent for everyone throughout the entire tournament. I've seen first in also used, so whoever came in and shot the 7 under first, then it was up to the other players on the course to beat that score.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so there's different ways of doing it, but I think PDJ number for now makes some sense.
Yeah.
You've gone it for 470 out on that one?
So 1063 for Gibson. That's That's like 1075.
It's probably going to push Drew's 1063 down a little bit.
Yeah.
But I hope that he gets the rating that he deserves, which is every bit of 1080. Don't quite think he'll get there though. They're about 7 points. So yeah, 1075, 1077, somewhere in that range is just my preliminary prediction on the round rating for Gannon.
And welcome to the booth for a beautiful day in Portland.
Sure was.
Get your biggest thought of the day, Jerm.
Well, I mean, Gannonburg stands out, obviously. Just incredible golf, just in the mix the whole time. The smallest little bit of mistake on hole 2 and just out of bounds by 6 inches. Otherwise, we would have seen him 11 under. Just really in control with his game. I mean, the points leader on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, but Calvin Heimburg playing well, maybe the most predictable thing that I've ever seen. 7 under, and he left a lot out there. So we could see more from him. Obviously, tomorrow, going to be on the league card. He's going to be playing with a close friend of his, with Randon Latta. I'm just looking forward to another great week here in Portland.
Yeah, with you, my man. We're going to send it off to the last break of the day. On the other side, you have the OTB after show, the OTB shot of the day, as well as an interview with Gannon Buhr. We'll see you there.
The 2024 Prodigy Signature Series are here. The Signature Series explores the evolution of flight and captures our players' personalities along the journey. From prehistoric to flying machines, the theme for the 2024 Signature Series has some incredible artwork on some amazing pieces of plastic. Get yours March 22nd on ProdigyDisc.com and at your local retailer.
Help! That's a weed.
Hey. Leave that poor boy alone.
And who are you supposed to be, punk?
I'm you, man. Huh?
Pound's the best of the best. It's the quality, the craftsmanship, the vision for what a bag could be. Let's start from the beginning. I didn't choose Pound, I chose Levi. I trusted Levi to make the best bag possible.
He's always trying to innovate. He wants it to be perfect. And I think he's the kind of guy that nothing's ever perfect.
I trust the product. I trust the people behind the product.
At this point, I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best made bag.
This is latitude 64. We handle the smallest of grains with the greatest of passion. Always trying to improve, trying to be better, out of curiosity, excitement, out of thrill, for the player and for the game. Because we want to make disc golf awesome for you.
I got 41 feet for Gossage.
It's a game of inches. The Portland Open champion, Adam Hammis.
The number one reason I switched from bag to cart is pretty simple. It takes weight off of my back, easier to play a course.
I realized that the cart became something I really needed when little things would happen. I'd pick up my bag and my elbow would hurt.
Using a cart decreases the bending over, the weight on my lower back. Decide to go with Suka, and seeing that my sciatic nerve is gone and I don't need to worry. Only one thing I have to worry about to get birdie, because my Suka done it all for me.
Welcome back into the OTB After Show, and Gannon and Buhr put on a show, beating the field by 2 strokes.
This one was stupid.
There's the 2 strokes right there.
Yeah, that's
an eagle.
Oh, that was so good.
From the knee.
The forced big hyzer, man, that was just awesome.
Philo likes to tell the story. The first time he saw Gannon Buhr putting, he had crutches and was just draining 50-footers with no leg whatsoever.
Yeah, it makes sense. He putts very well from strange obstructed positions. This shot here is great. Just a little mild flex, standing up there, getting inside the circle. And this approach here was awesome. Hardest hole in the course, hole 15. Made the uphill run up look so easy. It's so hard for a big guy to get their feet moving uphill. Let me just tell you, it's not easy.
Well over 400 feet uphill.
Just tapping inside the bullseye, and then final hole gets up and down for 300 feet with another bullseye finish.
One of the few players we've seen stick it close on 18.
Very funny. And then Adam Hammis does it from 400 plus feet.
Also true.
The players that are 200 to 300 just kept missing. It was very strange.
Just a funny range. We have your leader, Gannon Buhr, in the clubhouse. Let's send it on down.
Here now with Gannon Buhr. Gannon, only player to get to double digits today. How'd it feel?
Good. Start off with a birdie on hole 1. That's a really good hole to get your momentum started. It's not that easy. It was a little bit windy today. I just keep thinking back to round 1 last year where I doubled it to start my tournament, and I was like, I can't do that again. So made the correction.
And talk about the only bogey of the day for you, hole 2. You couldn't feel that wind out there in the fairway, could you? Talk about the shot selection there.
No. So my plan is to go forehand with the DD3 and kind of push it down. I can definitely reach that hole, get inside the circle if I need to. With that forehand, the grass on the left has been skipping left of the OB line, and I go PD2 instead for a little more extra overstability, and it doesn't quite fade back. It just kind of drifts left, and I mean, I was just saying it's one of those shots where not for 1 second do you think it's ever going OB or even close to OB, because I was playing for par. Wasn't even going for the basket, and I loved it out of my hand. And I just couldn't believe it went out of bounds. It was only out of bounds by about a foot, so not that much. Just needed a little bit of a better skip, and maybe, if it didn't get destroyed by the wind mid-flight, could have been good. I mean, we walked down there, and I was like, wow, it's gusting. I mean, it got really windy there for our front 9 for sure.
And you gave us a highlight putt of the day on the 4th. Talk about what you had to do to get the eagle there.
Well, I landed under the solar panel, so not ideal, and then I also had a hyzer around a tree. But it was a very safe run. There was no danger. I was kind of putting along the OB line, so I could kind of putt into the slope. That grass is super grabby too. That's also something I want to talk about is I think a couple tournaments recently I've been leaving grass long in certain spots on the course to kind of reward shots. I remember 17 at OTB, they left the grass long by the basket, so if you spike in, you land close, and that's another hole that does that. But my game plan on that hole is just throw it far. If you end up about 30 past the basket or 30 deep, no matter where you're at, you're always safe. So I'm not even trying to really eagle it. I'm just trying to get it down there, and then I can putt up. But today I had a good look at eagle and put it in.
And we saw you pull out that fresh PD a few times today. How did it fly for you today?
It was good. Definitely like a little more stable. A couple shots that just faded out a little bit too early. You know, didn't cost me anything really. I think I'll be able to get it dialed in. It's already flying really good. It's just barely straighter, not as understable as my other one. So I was throwing it good.
Any tee shots you're going to adjust for tomorrow's round at West again?
I think now that I have this good round in the books, it's just going to be important for me to keep it in bounds and play smart. There was a couple holes today. For example, like hole 7, I knew the bunker's just left of the basket. I told myself, if anything, throw it just a little bit right of the basket. Don't even give yourself a chance to go out of bounds. If you do that, you know, it's very important in this course to just give yourself opportunities. If you're not dropping strokes, it takes a lot of pressure off the holes. And the holes just seem to get easier and easier the less bogeys you have. And, yeah, I feel pretty good. I had a really rough round 1 here last year at the West course, shooting 1 over. So I'm already 11 strokes ahead of where I was last year. And I battled back to the top 10 last year, so I'm feeling pretty good. It's definitely a tournament I really want to win because it's one of my favorites. We play all year. I just love this place, so I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Should be decent weather, and I should have a fun card.
All right, Gannon, thanks for the interview. We'll see you tomorrow on that lead card.
Thanks.
Thank you, Nate and Gannon. Jeremy, I love how tactical, analytical he is with his game so early.
Yeah, I mean, he is also just, like you said, 11 shots better than last year. And just being in the mix is a lot more fun than being 1 over after the first round. But still able to manage a top 10 finish with that tough start. That's an incredible fight back. Doesn't have to worry about that this year. And Disc Golf Pro Tour Plus this week. Points are 125 for first place. So a lot on the line this week for all these players. And just looking forward to another great weekend. Friday, Saturday, Sunday coming up, man. Can't wait to see it.
Awesome. I can't wait to see the OTB shot of the day. Do you have any guesses, Jerem?
It's got to be the putt on 4 or the approach on 15 from Eagle or the drive from Anthony. Oh, I don't know.
The drive on 13 from I also thought of another one. The roller from Drew on 14 was pretty sweet as well. Parked.
Yeah, it's not taken. AB's drive on 13. That's my guess.
All right.
That's my guess.
All right, Nick, it is your world. What do you got for us, buddy? Oh, yeah.
It's a great call.
Yeah.
It's a great call.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Almost. Eagle for eagle.
Close.
Oh.
Just go in.
That was the top of the cage, too.
That was so close. I like that. Oh, man. The reaction's perfect. It's cool to see Eagle back in the mix, though.
Yeah,
it's really cool. Him and Paige.
Yeah, they're both right there. There is your FPO showtime as well as your MPO showtime for tomorrow. You can catch Paige on the league card tomorrow, as well as all the gang on the MPO sighting. Final words, Streams?
Great day. Dress warmer tomorrow, and let's do it again.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for watching. Everybody on the ground and the booth making this possible. And all our subscribers, thank you so much. We'll catch you tomorrow.